Okay, all set, both to the cloud and to webcasting to YouTube.
Okay.
Proceed.
A little bit of this. Good morning. The hearing board of the South Coast Air Quality Management District is in session. Today is December 15th, 2020. Time is 9:00 a.m. and we are meeting via Zoom remotely due to the current pandemic and the stay-at-home orders in place in the state of California. We have one matter on the agenda for today, and that is J. Ross Cleaners, case number 6178-1. Before I call it, I understand that the petitioner has requested, before I call it, I need to first swear in. Today we are, for the first time, having our alternate member, Mr. Makai Ali, sitting in on his first hearing. And so our clerk, Ms. Thomas, is going to swear in Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali, would you please raise your right hand and repeat after me?
All right.
I state your name.
I, Makai Ali,
During such times as I hold the above office,
during such times that I hold the above office,
do solemnly swear
do
That I-
solemnly affirm
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California,
to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
without any mental reservations or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome to the board, Mr. Ali.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
This is very exciting to have a new member on the board today.
Well, it's very exciting to learn under your tutelage, for which I've done for the past few months.
We have seen you faithfully here in attendance. Thank you.
Thank you.
The second matter that I think we will take up before I even call the hearing is that, again, Mr. Kim asked today for an interpreter, and we have Mr. David Lee. And I'm going to swear in Mr. Lee so that he can begin interpreting now. So, Mr. Lee, if you can raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear under penalty of perjury that you will make a true interpretation to the witness from English to Korean, and that you will make a true interpretation of the witness's answers to questions from Korean to English to the best of your ability?
I do.
Thank you very much. Okay, and with that, I am going to call the matter of J. Ross Cleaners, case number 6178-1, and ask who is representing the petitioner J. Ross Cleaners today.
네, 제이라스 클리너를 대표하시는 분이 누구신가요?
전데요, 영킴이요.
Young Kim is the representative of the J. Ross Cleaner.
Thank you. And can you please ask Mr. Kim to spell both his first and last name for the record and tell us what his title is with respect to J. Ross Cleaners?
네, 기록을 위해서 선생님 이름 스펠링을 말씀해 주시고요. 거기 선생님 위치가 어떻게 되는 건지 선생님 직함이 뭔지 좀 말씀해 주시겠습니까?
네, 제가 여기 오너고요.
네.
영킴은 Y-O-U-N-G H-W-A-N Kim K-I-M.
Okay. Did you get that? And he's the owner of the J. Ross Cleaner.
Thank you very much. And who is representing the executive officer today?
Good morning, board. Josephine Lee for the executive office.
And Mr. Lee, you can, if it makes sense for you, you can, so that Mr. Kim knows what's going on, you can interpret everything we say.
Got it.
Okay.
지금 조세핀 리 씨가 반대쪽을 대표해서 나오신 거거든요.
예.
And I'm going to ask everyone, we had a short discussion. I had a short discussion with Mr. Lee earlier, and he's able to take about 3 or 4 sentences, a paragraph. If we just speak slowly, but make sure to keep it moving, he can keep up. And he'll let us know if he can't. Okay. I'm going to ask that anyone who is going to be giving testimony today, I'm going to swear them in, to please raise your right hand. Mr. Lee, if you can ask Mr. Kim, I don't know if he is.
네. 선생님 오른쪽 손을 들어주시고요. 지금 맹세하는 걸 할 거거든요.
Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
항상 진실만을 하고 오직 진실만을 말할 것을 장담하십니까?
I do.
Okay, thank you all. Okay, and right before we began, I explained to Mr. Lee to explain to Mr. Kim how today would work. So if you can ask Mr. Kim if he is prepared to make a short opening statement, he can do that now, and we'll come back for more testimony after that.
네, 선생님이 아까 준비하신 편지가 있다고 하셨는데 그걸 나중에 말씀하실 기회가 있을 거고요. 혹시 시작하기 전에 간단하게 하실 말씀이 있으신가요?
그 서류 제출할 때 필리업 한 게 제가 한 게 아니고 제 아들이 한 거거든요. 근데 제 아들이 한국말을 100% 언더스탠을 못하기 때문에 아마 좀 많이 컨퓨즈한 것이 있었을 거예요. 그걸 좀 참조해 주시고 저한테 질문하면은 제가 대답을 다시 할 수 있게끔 해주세요.
네. I just wanted to let you know the document, when I submitted my document, my son helped me fill out the forms, but then he's not fluent in Korean. So there might be some kind of miscommunication between me and my son. So I might have to advise or revise the form that we submitted.
Thank you for that. And we will ask questions if we have any, and he can revise it accordingly.
네, 이따가 질문을 드렸을 때 혹시 제출된 서류가 잘못된 부분이 있으시면은 수정하실 수 있는 기회가 있습니다.
네, 잘 알았습니다.
I would
Okay.
also like to make it clear to the board that I'm present, that I helped fill the variance petition out. So
Thank you.
I'm here as well and available.
And okay, so you're also Mr. Kim, but you're Mr. James Kim?
Correct.
Okay, and I saw that you took the oath today. So if you'd like to give testimony later, you can do so as well.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kim. Okay, I'm going to turn to Ms. Lee for your opening, please.
Good morning, Chair Prusak and members of the board, and good morning, Mr. Kim from J. Ross Cleaners. Before you this morning is a petition for a regular variance seeking relief from Rule 1421, specifically the provision that prohibits use of a PERC dry cleaning system after December 31st.
If you can stop there, and I just want to make sure Mr. Lee is interpreting.
Sure, yes.
네, 조세핀 리 씨가 지금 반대편을 대표해서 나오셨고요. 오늘 진행되는 그 히어링에 그 펄크의 사용에 관해서 하는 이야기들에 대해서 오늘 히어링이 있을 예정입니다.
네, 잘 알았습니다.
네. I understand.
And I'll be sure to pause to allow for interpretation. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
This petition is one of several requests seeking similar relief. In an earlier hearing, the district stated that it was reviewing such petitions on a case-by-case basis. And after careful evaluation of the J. Ross petition, the district opposes this variance request.
네, 모든 퍼티션은 케이스 바이 케이스로 가고 있는데요. 지금 현재로서는 제출하신 거에 대해서 반대 입장을 표명한다고 하십니다.
네.
This is not an easy position because we understand that the likely result will be the closure of a business during a challenging time if petitioner is unable to secure a non-PERC machine.
네, 만약에 펄크를 사용하지 않는 non-PERC 머신을 사용하시지 않으면은 비즈니스 자체가 문을 닫아야 되는 상황인데요. 지금 이 팬데믹 상황에서 상당히 어려운 상황인 걸 잘 알고 있습니다.
But for the following reasons, the district is opposed to the variance request before you today. First, petitioner has not sufficiently met his burden to show that compliance with Rule 1421 is beyond his reasonable control.
네, 선생님이 제출하셨던 자료에 의하면 그 파크 사용에 대해서 충분한 왜 내가 사용해야 되는지 그거에 정확한 입장을 표현하지 못했기 때문에 1421 레귤레이션에 의해서 지금 디스트릭에서는 반대 입장을 표명하고 있습니다.
Also, petitioner's perk machine was manufactured in 1998, to our understanding, making it around 22 years old. The age of the machine should be considered in assessing petitioner's reasonableness. As efficiency is lost, okay, go ahead.
Go ahead, you can finish the sentence.
Sure. As efficiency is lost over time, Mr. Kim had years here to replace the machine in order to ensure timely compliance.
네, 선생님이 이 레귤레이션에 따르기 위해서 충분한 시간이 있었음에도 불구하고 선생님 사용하시는 지금 기계가 1998년에 만든 기계로 알고 있는데요. 22년간 사용했기 때문에 효율성이 떨어져 있고 그 기간에 바꾸실 수 있는 기회가 있었는데 그렇지 못했다는 점을 고려했습니다.
And third, petitioner has requested a 2-year variance, but has not identified a path to compliance or why a full 2 years is required. And in the absence of a reasonable and likely path to compliance, the district must oppose this request.
네, 선생님이 베리언스를 신청하셨을 때 2년가량의 베리언스를 신청하셨는데요. 지금 제출하신 그 자료를 통해서 보면 왜 2년을 꼭 해야 되는지 그거에 대한 정확한 이유를 찾을 수 없었기 때문에 이것에 반대하는 것입니다.
Further, we anticipate public testimony regarding an environmental investigation of the soil and groundwater near J. Ross Cleaners, which was conducted on behalf of the facility's property owner. The board should have received a copy of that report prior to today's hearing.
네, 건물주가 그 주변에 있는 토양과 물에 대한 그 연구를 했는데요. 그거에 대한 결과를 지금 보드들한테 보내드렸는데 거기에 대해 문제가 있었다는 것들을 지금 제출을 해놨습니다.
We have spoken with Mr. Kim twice, once on November 19th and again on November 24th with an interpreter to notify him of the district's positioning and its reasoning as stated. And we invited Mr. Kim to provide additional information evidencing a path to compliance in preparation for today's hearing. We did not receive any additional information.
네, 이전에 선생님과 11월 19일 그리고 11월 24일 날 통역사를 통해서 이야기한 적이 있었는데요. 그 이후에 추가적인 증거를 보내달라, 추가적인 서류를 보내달라고 이야기했는데 아무것도 받지 못했습니다.
While the district does not intend to call any witnesses today, we have available district staff member, Mr. Mark Vondera. He is familiar with Rule 1421 from an enforcement perspective and could testify as to the compliance history of this facility.
네, 오늘 디스트릭 측에서 초청한 증인은 없지만요. 디스트릭에 같이 일하고 계시는 마크 만도라프라는 분이 1421 레귤레이션을 잘 알고 계시기 때문에 그분이 증거인으로 채택되었습니다.
The district also has available staff from engineering, Emily Chow, who is familiar with the J. Ross perk machine permit and can provide testimony as to the toxic characterization of perk at this facility.
네, 그리고 디스트릭 쪽에서 에밀리 차우라는 엔지니어분이 계시고 그분이 퍼크가 얼마나 위험한 물질인가에 대해서 증언하실 수 있고 그것에 대해서 증언하실 것입니다.
But compliance history and a discussion of toxic risk is unnecessary for this board to decide today. Mr. Kim will not be able to show that but for the economic hardship cited in his petition, he was on track to comply with Rule 1421.
네, 1421 레귤레이션에 관해서 선생님의 비즈니스가 얼마나 어려움을 겪었는지 그거에 대해서 잘 보여주시지 못했고 그게 그 펄크의 사용이 얼마나 위험한 거에 대해서 잘 알고 계시기 때문에 저희 측에서는 그 이유로 이것에 대해서 반대하는 입장입니다.
I'd like to conclude by saying that the district understands and is sensitive to the financial difficulties that many businesses have confronted during this pandemic.
네, 드스릭은 지금 이 팬데믹 상황에서 스몰 비즈니스들이 얼마나 어려움을 겪고 있는지 잘 알고 있고 그거에 대해서 상당히 어려움을 겪고 계신다는 것을 저희가 이해하고 고려하고 있습니다.
The district also appreciates its responsibility to regulate air toxics, such as perchloroethylene, or PERC, for the health of the community and the environment.
네, 어려움이 있지만 지금 펄크라는 위험 물질이 공기에 미치는 영향과 환경에 미치는 영향의 위험성이 있기 때문에 그것을 관리해야 되는 입장에서 이렇게 반대의 입장을 표명하는 바입니다.
The decision before the board is not to be taken lightly, as the denial of this variance will likely result in the closure of a business if petitioner is unable to obtain a compliant equipment. But for all the reasons mentioned prior, the district opposes this request. Thank you.
네, 이 반대 입장을 표명하면 이 베리언스가 허가되지 않으면 비즈니스가 문을 닫아야 된다는 것을 잘 알고 있습니다. 그렇지만 그 펄크 머신을 교체하지 않고 다른 머신을 교체하지 않은 상태에서 계속 진행이 되면 환경 오염에 큰 문제가 있기 때문에 디스트릭에서는 이 베리언스를 반대하는 바입니다.
Thank you. I just saw that we just received 10 minutes ago copies of the public comments to which Ms. Lee referred. So what I'd like to do is take a short break for board members to bring that up and print it and take a look at it.
네, 조금 전에 공청회에서 그 주변에 있는 사람들에 대한 이야기를 받은 것들이 통에 들어왔기 때문에 그 서류를 일단 프린트해서 여기 있는 그 보드 멤버들이 다 보시고 10분 후에 다시 시작하도록 하겠습니다.
Ms. Lee, does Mr. Kim have a copy of those public comments, or does the board need to send that to Mr. Kim?
김 선생님 지금 말씀하시는 퍼블릭 커멘트에 대해서 그 서류를 받으신 게 있으십니까?
아니요.
He doesn't
No.
have-
Ms. Prusak?
Yes.
Chair Prusak, we did send these same documents to the email address that was listed on the petition.
Okay, I see it at, I don't want to say it out loud, but it's a Yahoo address.
네,
Is that
지금
correct?
말씀하신 걸 보면 클러크가 말씀하셨는데 아래 야후로 돼 있는 이메일 주소로 선생님한테 보냈다고 하거든요.
그런 거에 대해서는 받은 기억이 없어요.
I don't remember receiving any email.
It was just sent 10 minutes ago during this hearing.
10분 전에 보냈다고 하니까 한번 확인해 보시는 게 좋겠습니다.
예. 10 minutes 확인을 안 했죠.
네네. Yeah. Obviously, 10 minutes ago, I couldn't be checking my email.
지금
Okay.
톡하고 있는 것이 20분이나 됐는데 10 minutes 어떻게 그걸 확인을 합니까?
Yeah, the meeting has been going on for 20 minutes, so I have no time to check it. So if there's a 10-minute break, I'll go ahead and check the email.
Please let Mr. Kim know that we will be let's take a 15-minute break to make sure everyone has it, identifies they have it, and has an opportunity to review it before we come back on the record.
네, 15분 동안 브레이크를 할 거고요. 선생님 한번 확인해 보시고 그 다음에 다시 돌아오시면 말씀할게요.
예. 그럼 다시 전화를 하는 거예요, 제가?
Should we leave the meeting or stay in the meeting or?
Please, no one leave the meeting, but please make sure to mute your microphone, and you can also turn off your camera if you don't want everyone to hear or see you.
네, 나가시지 않아도 되고요. 그냥 켜놓으시고 비디오만 끄시고 뮤트만 해놓으시면 되겠습니다.
Madam Chair, we also have the environmental report that was also sent.
저는 지금
That is it.
Oh, that is what we're talking about.
말씀하세요.
Yeah, but I have two
예, 제가 말하고 싶은 것은
separate
지금
emails.
Right. There was 2 emails. One only says, did you get this document? The
Yes.
other, which says revised, has the attachment. That's the one that you want to go forward with.
Okay.
Okay.
I just want to mention that Peter Gorman is on the call here. I'm the author of this document and would be happy to be sworn in and also answer any questions with regards to this document.
Mr. Gorman, towards the end of the hearing, we will take public comment, and at that time, we'll give you 3 minutes if you would like to address the board about the document. And we can also ask questions, and so can Mr. Kim.
Great, thank you.
Could you interpret that for Mr. Kim?
Yeah,
Thank you.
I'll do that. 지금 핏 고르맨이라는 분이 지금 보내신 다큐멘트에 대해서 작성하신 분인데요. 일단 이메일이 2개가 가 있을 거예요. 그 중에 하나에 그 서류가 동봉돼 있기 때문에 그걸 한번 열어보시고요. 비디오하고 뮤트만 하시고 다시 15분 후에 돌아오시면 되겠습니다. 아까
근데 아니 지금 저는 이 컴퓨터로 하는 게 아니고 제 셀룰러 폰으로 하고 있거든요.
네.
근데 지금 이메일도 이 셀룰러 폰으로만 확인을 할 수가 있는데 이걸 꺼야만요 확인할 수 있는 거 아닌가요?
He says he's joining the meeting with his cell phone, but then he has to turn it off to check his email. So can he go back out and come back in after he checks his email?
Yeah, let me let Mr. Wright. Paul, are you there?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Mr. Young Kim is going to need to leave the meeting for our break, but he will have to come back in and be promoted to panelist.
I will be looking for him in attendees.
Okay, thank you. Can you let Mr. Kim know that we can do that?
네, 그러면 잠깐 이걸 끄고 나가셨다가 이메일 확인하시고 15분 후에 다시 들어오셔도 됩니다.
네, 그리고 이메일 보내주신 것을 한국말로 번역을 해서 보낸 건가요? 아니면 영어로만 해서 보낸 건가요?
The email that was sent, it's only in English, right?
Oh, yeah.
That's a good point.
It's Mr. Young Kim that will be leaving, Madam Chair.
Just hold on, because I don't know if he'll be able to read it. I
was going
understand.
to suggest, Madam Chair, that we send it also to Mr.
James
James Kim, his son, so he can interpret it for his father.
That's a great.
His email is on the petition.
선생님 아드님이 같이 계신가요? 영어로만.
아니요. 걔하고는 따로 살기 때문에 그렇게 같이 있는 게 아니에요.
His son James Kim is not with him right now. So he lives separately. So he might have to call him and then he might have to interpret for him. So I don't know how that should work.
Okay, so why don't we give a longer period of time? We will make sure to send it. First of all, Madam Clerk, do you have on the petition, have you identified the email for Mr. James Kim? Mr. Balagopalan, you said you.
It's on the petition.
Yes.
Oh, I see it. It's on the front page.
Yes.
Wouldn't help if Mr. Lee had it. Interpret.
Yes, it will help for Mr. Lee to have it as well. However, I don't, do we have Mr. Lee's email address? You don't have to say it if he's on this public hearing, but does.
Right.
If Mr. Lee would like to send an email to clerkofboard@aqmd.gov, we can send it to him that way, if he'd like to do that.
What was your address?
It's clerk of board.
Of board?
Correct.
Okay.
@aqmd.gov.
So it's clerk of board @aqmd.gov.
That is correct.
Okay.
And
I'll
I'll-
send him that email right now and I'll tell Mr. Kim to speak with his son. So should we give him 25 minutes or to speak?
Let's just give a half an hour. That way we're sure that not only does everyone receive it, but that everyone understands it. And so actually, let's come back on.
네, 김 선생님, 아드님한테도 이메일을 보내드렸다고 하거든요. 그러니까 30분 드릴 텐데요. 한번 전화하셔서 이야기를 해보시고요. 제가 이분들한테 그걸 똑같은 서류를 보내달라고 할 거예요. 그래서 저도 한번 보고 선생님이 모르시는 게 있으면 제가 다시 알려드릴게요.
예, 그래요. 그럼 30분 후에요?
예.
예, 그러면 지금 9시 반이나 10시에 통화하자고요?
So be back by 10?
Let's be back at 5 of, so because Mr. Kim has to get back on, so that way we'll be on and ready to go at 10.
네, 9시 55분까지 들어오시면 되겠습니다.
예, 감사합니다.
예.
Okay. All right, board members, all parties, we'll be off the record for a half an hour, back hopefully by 5 of, so that we can get going by 10. We're off the record.
I'll send an email to clerk of board to receive the document.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lee.
Madam Chair, I sent an email to clerk of board to receive the public comment document that was sent to Mr. Young. I haven't received it, so.
It was clerk, CLERKOFBOARD, all one word, at AQMD.gov.
Yeah, that's correct.
Let me see if. the
I'm
clerk
here.
is-
I'm here. Oh, okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry?
Okay, he's saying he hasn't received it?
That's correct.
Okay, let me check with the front desk again, but I know that she sent it to someone. Hold on just a moment.
So let me double check. It's a clerk of board, CLERKOFBOARD at AQMD.gov, right?
That is correct.
Yeah.
I'm hoping that when we go back on, we'll hear that Mr. Kim and his son both got it, and hopefully have been able to discuss it as well.
네, 김 선생님.
네.
받은 거 혹시 확인하셨나요?
예, 확인했는데 뭐 그걸 다 100%는 언더스탠 못하고 뭐 토질이 오염됐다 어쨌다 그렇게 나온 거 아니에요?
네. He have read it and he didn't understand 100% of it, but basically it was saying that the soil was contaminated.
Okay, well, we'll discuss it when we go back in the hearing, but I wanted to make sure he had an opportunity. Thank you.
He had an opportunity to read it.
Okay. And we'll hear more testimony about it later during public comment time.
Okay.
Ms. Prusak?
Yes.
The address that we have is a Gmail address. And we think that we've sent it to him, but we're resending it again.
Mr. Lee, is that correct? Is it a Gmail address you have? Mr. Lee, are you there?
Sorry, I was on, yeah, that is the right address with a Gmail starting with a D.
Okay. We'll resend it. We did send it, but we'll resend it again.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, and then, and we can take an opportunity, Mr. Lee, later on when it's presented to make sure that Mr. Kim has full interpretation. So we can go back on the record as soon as everyone's back. Just gonna shut my door.
Got it.
Mr. Lee?
Yes.
Okay, we did resend it. Have you received it?
I don't see it.
Is it going to say front desk? Maybe it'll say from front desk. It should say either clerk of board or front desk PC.
I didn't get any emails from any of the address they used.
Okay, I'm going to give you the number to the clerk, the front desk, and if you could call her, she can make sure that she has the correct information. Our phone number, it's area code 909-396-2500.
Okay.
Okay.
And call the clerk and then give my address, email address.
Right, she's gonna talk to you and then make sure that she has everything correct and sending you that information.
Okay, give me 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Teresa, maybe he didn't refresh his page or it could have gone to spam. Those are
I
two
think
other
that-
possibilities.
Let me just check the spam just in case.
The son's email is also, it's also a Gmail. So maybe it was sent to the son. Oh,
Yeah, we sent to both.
both, okay.
I just checked the spam box, but it's not in there either. So I'll just give her a call and see.
Let us know when you're back.
Okay. I just spoke to Faye and she says she'll try to send it again.
If worst comes to worse and we, for some reason, cannot get it sent to Mr. Lee, we will, I can share the screen as well at the appropriate time.
Okay, we did confirm that the email address that we have is correct. So I don't know.
Connection or,
I just got it right now.
Okay.
great. Okay. So if everyone is back and the parties are back, we can go back on the record. Just want to make sure. I see Mr. Kim is back. I see Ms. Lee is back. Okay. Mr. Ali is, I think, the only one without his
I
camera
see
on.
waiting in attendees, Madam Chair.
All right. Oh, I'm sorry.
I see nobody waiting in attendees.
Right. I see Mr. Ali is still on, but not his camera. So we'll wait. Ah, there he is. Okay, wonderful. So we have all members of the board and we have both parties. Okay, great. We are back on the record. And the first thing I would like to do is to please mark the document we all received and reviewed over the break, which is a public comment with letterhead PES Environmental Inc. And we're going to mark it as Exhibit P-1, P1 for Public Exhibit 1. Mr. Lee, if you'd like to, you can interpret that.
지금 받으신 자료가 PSE로 시작하는 자료인데요. PES로 시작하는 자료인데요. 그거를 증거물로 채택하도록 하겠습니다.
Okay.
And I understand that we will hear from a Mr. Gorman at the appropriate time during public comment where he will discuss further that document.
네, 미팅 끝에 가서 이 문서를 작성하신 분이 설명을 좀 할 텐데 그때 좀 더 자세히 들어보도록 하겠습니다.
Okay.
At this time, what I'd like to do is turn to Mr. Kim and have you present whatever additional testimony you wish to at this time.
네, 김 선생님, 지금 필요하신 증거 자료들은 다 제출하신 상황인가요? 아니면 또 제출하실 게 있으신가요?
And in particular, there are a few findings we'd like to hear more about from his perspective, and I'll go over those now.
네, 지금 그 증거 자료 제출하실 게 또 있나요? 아니면 조금 있다가 어떤 것들이 필요한지 또 말씀드리겠습니다.
You may have heard in Miss Lee's opening with regard to the findings that we have to find that non-compliance starting January 1st was beyond the reasonable control of Mr. Kim and J. Ross Cleaners.
네, 거기 제출하신 서류에 의하면은 제이러스 클리너에서 1월 1일 이후로 이걸 사용할 수밖에 없었던 이유를 제공하셨는데요. 그 밖에 다른 이유가 또 있나요?
And as part of that, we need to look at what actions Mr. Kim has taken since Rule 1421 was adopted, and in particular, the deadline of December 2020, and that was 18 years ago in 2002. So we need to know what actions Mr. Kim has taken since that time.
네, 레귤레이션 1421에 따라서 이게 2002년에 제정되고 18년이 된 법률인데요. 그 2020년 아까 얘기하셨을 때까지 고치지 않았던 이유가 어떤 것이 있는지 설명하실 수 있겠습니까?
We can also, in making that binding, take into consideration two other things because he is a small business. And those are, number one, any claims that he didn't know about the rule or when he started to know about the rule, and also his financial situation.
네, 거기에 포함되는 것이 선생님이 혹시 이 룰에 대해서 몰랐을 수도 있고 그다음에 경제적인 문제가 있었을 수도 있는데요. 그거에 대해서 설명할 기회를 드리겠습니다.
We also need to hear information on a couple of other findings we need to make, including what could Mr. Kim or J. Ross Cleaners possibly do to reduce the amount of perk that they're using moving forward under any variance, or to curtail operations.
Or group variance.
네, 만약 이 베리언스가 허가가 된다면 앞으로 제이러스 클리너에서 이 펄크의 사용량을 줄일 수 있는 어떤 방법을 갖고 있는지도 이따가 설명을 해주셔야 됩니다.
And that statement about a group variance was accidentally picked up on Mr. Wright's microphone, so not part of the record. Okay, so at this time, I'm going to turn it to Mr. Kim for any additional testimony he wishes to give at this time.
네, 김 선생님 지금 하시고 싶은 말이 있으시면은 시작하셔도 되겠습니다.
예, 저는 지금 한 40년간 세탁업에 종사해 왔으면서 모든 법규를 잘 준수해 왔습니다. 그리고 애니얼 피, 에미션 피, 에어 톡식 피, everything 다 법규대로 냈습니다.
And I was in a cleaning business for 40 years, and I was following every regulation and every law. I was paying annual fees and emission fees, air toxic fees, and I was never late on those payment. And I was following all the rules since I started my business 40 years ago.
그러나 팬데믹 때문에 현재 매상이 75% 이상 다운됐으니 현재 렌트비도 지출을 못 하는데 어떻게 새 기계를 사서 그 페이먼트를 하겠습니까? 어느 나라 하루에 35불도 못 벌을 때가 있어요. 그게 수입이 아니고 버는 게 매상이 35불도 안 돼요.
But due to this pandemic, our gross sales have been decreased 75%, and I can't even barely pay the rent right now. And sometimes I only make $35 of sales.
참고로
Change this machine.
참고로 이 팬데믹이 나기 전에 February 27, 2020에 기계 구입 목적으로 에스티메이트를 낸 제가 다 있습니다. 그때 당시만 해도 구입해서 새로 인스톨을 하려고 했는데 팬데믹 때문에 도저히 할 수가 없습니다. 지금 매상이 생각을 해보세요. 75% 다운된 상태에서 어떻게 이 새 기계를 넣어서 운영을 합니까? 현재도 적응이 안 되는데.
Yeah, I have on my record that I had an estimate to implement this new machine on February 27, 2020, but then pandemic started in March, and my gross sales has been dropped 75%. There's no way I could afford to change this machine.
턱기계 연장은 팬데믹 끝날 때까지만이라도 아니면은 최대한 연장을 해주셔야 이 스몰 비즈니스로 저 혼자 지금 가게를 운영하고 있는데 하루에 12시간씩 일을 하는데 그거 갖고도 유지를 할 수가 없습니다.
I'm working only 12 hours a day to keep my business open. And I'm just here to explain my position and the situation that if you could at least extend the variance till the pandemic ends or as far as you could push it back, it will really help my business to keep it open. 네, 말씀하시죠, 김 선생님.
네, 그리고 기계는 제가 아까 그 AQMD에서 말씀하신 대로 1998에 인스톨을 했고 그 다음에 2007에 또 세컨더리라는 기계를 AQMD에서 요구를 해서 세컨더리 기계를 인스톨을 했습니다. 2007에 보충을 했기 때문에 현재 잘 사용하고 있습니다.
And like Ms. Lee, Josephine Lee pointed out, the machine in my store was installed in 1998, but then AQMD requested to adopt a new machine on 2007. So we installed secondary machine by the regulation by AQMD on 2007. So I have a two machine in my business right now.
아니, 투 머신이 아니고 하나가 그 인스톨을 한 거예요.
So she said it's 1998, but then actually it was replaced in 2007 to the secondary machine.
Does Mr. Kim have any other testimony before we ask questions?
더 하실 말씀 있으십니까?
현재는 이걸로 제가 그 말씀드린 건 다 된 거고요. 뭐 그쪽에서 이제 AQMD에서 보드 멤버에서 에스킹하면 제가 답변을 하도록 하죠. 그리고 뭐.
네, 알겠습니다. So this is my testimony so far, and if the AQMD wants me to answer some question, I'm here to answer it.
Great, and let him know that both Ms. Lee for the district and board members will have questions for him.
네, 아까 말씀하셨던 미스 리와 다른 보드 멤버들이 선생님께 질문을 하실 텐데요. 하면 제가 통역해드리겠습니다.
예, 감사합니다.
Ms. Lee, your questions for Mr. Kim.
Thank you. And to reiterate, I will pause to allow for interpretation.
Thank you.
So to confirm, Mr. Kim, did you take the oath today?
네, 선생님 오늘 아까 증인 선서하셨죠?
네.
Yes.
You mentioned that you had been in the dry cleaning business for 40 years. How long have you been operating J. Ross Cleaners?
네, 아까 선생님이 클리닝 비즈니스에 40년 동안 종사하셨다고 하셨는데요. J. Ross 클리너를 운영하신 지는 얼마나 되셨나요?
I think 36 years. 34 years or 36 years?
34 to 36 years.
Thank you. And could you remind the board again, in what city is your business located?
선생님 비즈니스 어느 시에?
Torrance and California.
Thank you. Torrance, California.
And when did you first obtain your current perk machine?
지금 사용하고 계시는 퍼크 머신을 제일 처음에 구입하신 게 언제인가요?
현재 사용하는 머신은 1998에 구입을 했습니다.
I purchased the machine first on 1998.
Right. And you mentioned prior that you had installed secondary control in 2007.
Yes,
Exactly.
correct. Uh-huh.
So that we all understand, was the machine replaced or were controls added to your existing machine in 2007?
기계 자체가 교체된 건가요? 아니면 거기에 덧붙여진 건가요? 세컨더리 머신이라는 게.
덧붙인 거예요.
It was added, not replaced.
Thank you. And do you have any other dry cleaning equipment at your facility?
선생님 운영하시는 그 클리너에서 다른 기계는 사용하시는 게 없으신가요?
Only one dry cleaning machine.
So there's only one machine.
How about any other cleaning equipment?
다른 장비들은 없으신가요?
라운드리 머신 있죠. 물빨래 하는 머신.
There's a wet cleaning laundry machine.
Thank you. And could you provide an estimate of how many gallons, or are you aware of how many gallons of PERC you're permitted to use a year?
1년에 펄크 사용량이 얼마나 되시는지 정확히 알고 계신가요?
아마 또 maybe 10 gallon or 15 gallon. Maximum when your business really boom up and maybe 15 gallon. Right now, maybe not even 10 gallon,
네, 법이 정한 양이 얼마인지는 알고 계세요? 규정이 몇?
무슨
If I said 49 gallons in your permit, does that sound correct?
퍼밋에 40gallon이라고 돼 있는데 그 정도면은 맞다고 생각하세요?
예.
Yes, that's about right. 49 gallons.
Thank you. So 49 gallons of PERC are permitted a year. And you mentioned that you estimate around 10 gallons possibly being used a year currently. Is that correct?
현재 지금 사용하신 양이 한 10gallon에서 15gallon이라고 아까 말씀하셨는데 맞나요?
현재 비즈니스 상태에서는 예.
네.
팬데믹 상태에서는 그 정도밖에 사용을 안 하고 있어요.
Under the condition of this pandemic, I'm only using 10 to 15 gallons of PERC right now.
So to clarify, is that a year or a month?
한 달 말씀이신가요? 1년 말씀이신가요?
Year예요.
Yearly, not monthly.
So at a monthly rate, around 1.5 gallons a month of PERC.
그렇다면은 달수로 나누면 뭐 한 달에 한 1갤런이나 1.5갤런 정도밖에 되지 않겠네요.
예, 맞습니다.
That's correct.
Do you know the current mileage of your machine? In other words, how many items or pounds of clothes that your machine, the PERC machine, can process with 1 gallon of PERC?
1갤런의 펄크로 그 클린할 수 있는 양이 얼마나 되는지는 알고 계십니까? 기계가?
My machine is a 35-pound machine. I mean 36-pound machine. But around 30 gallon is a 36 pound.
You said about 36 pounds?
I'm not sure if, so to clarify, I believe the industry average is around 800 pounds of clothes per gallon of PERC. Does that sound correct for your machine with 1 gallon of PERC that you can process 800 pounds of clothes?
네, 저쪽 미스 리가 말하시는 거는 한 1갤런의 펄크로 보통 800파운드 정도의 양의 옷을 클린할 수 있다고 알고 있는데 그게 맞습니까?
그게 사용해서 없어지는 양을 말하는 거죠.
예.
원개론이 퍽을 사용해서 없어지는 것을 말하는 거예요. 그 단위가?
So can you clarify this again? So in 1 gallon of PERC in the industry, you said 800 pounds, about 800 pounds of garments are clean. And that's the question you were asking, right?
Sure, let me clarify. So not per cycle necessarily, but per gallon of PERC that's fully used. Could you provide an estimate of around how much, I'm sorry, let me go back and clarify. how many gallons, if any, are used per cycle of your machine?
기계를 한번 사이클을 돌릴 때마다 그러면 얼마 정도의 펄크의 사용량이 되나요?
One time used machine, maybe about 15 gallon used them. But yeah, I think around 15 gallon.
You said about 15 gallons per cycle?
Okay. 15 gallons of perk are fully used with one cycle of your machine. Is that correct?
Yeah, around, yeah.
때마다 펄크가 15갤런씩 사용되는 게 맞습니까? 1년에 15갤런을 쓰신다고 했는데 15갤런씩 한 번 사이클에 돌아가는 게 맞나요?
그러니까 misunderstand 하시는데 15 gallon 원 로드를 클리닝 하는데 필요한 양이고 그 제가 말씀하신 15 gallon 이하에 사용한다는 것은 없어지는 걸 말하는 거예요.
So he's saying that he's using 15 gallons per cycle, but then when he said he's using 15 gallons a year, he's talking about the perks that are like evaporating or admission to the air.
Okay.
That's what he's referring to.
So it sounds like there is some recycling of the perk in the machine. And so maybe we'll come back to this so I can move on with the questioning. But so that I understand, it's 10 to 15 gallons of entire perk usage from the machine in a year currently. And around how much of your business relies on the perk machine? I understand you have a wet cleaning machine on site. Could you give an estimate or a percentage of how much of your business relies on the perk machine?
네, 선생님이 대충 계산해 보실 때 아까 웹머신도 갖고 계신다고 했는데 펄크를 사용해서 제너레이트가 되는 선생님의 세일즈가 몇 퍼센트 정도라고 생각하십니까?
현재 그 펑머신 사용은 90% and 그 라운드리는 10% 그 정도밖에 안 돼요.
I would say 90% of the sales is generated by the perk machine and 10% by the web machine.
Great, thank you. And you mentioned briefly in your opening regarding how your business was impacted by the pandemic. Is there anything else you'd like to add?
네, 아까 선생님이 팬데믹 때문에 기본의 세일즈에서 75%가량이 감소했다고 얘기하셨는데요. 거기에 좀 더 더해서 하실 말씀이 없으신가요?
지금 그 LA 카운티는 두 번째 샷다운 시켰잖아요.
네.
75%에서 더 다운된 거예요. 지금은 현재는 last 2 weeks about 80%, 85% now, right now about,
As you know, there's been a second shutdown in LA County, so the gross sales dropped even more. I would say even more than 80% now in past 2 weeks compared to what I was making before the pandemic.
Thank you. Now I'm going to go switch to a focus on Rule 1421. Mr. Kim, are you part of any dry cleaner association or organization?
선생님,
Yes.
dry cleaning association 계신가요? Yes.
Which association?
Korean Dry Cleaning Association.
Korean Dry Cleaning Association.
Thank you. Korean Dry Cleaning Association. And are you familiar with Rule 1421?
법률 1421에 대해서 잘 알고 계십니까?
네, 알고 있습니다.
Yes, I'm aware of it.
When did you first become aware of the Rule 1421 requirement that perk machines had to be phased out by the end of December 31st?
네, 언제 처음으로 올해 12월 31일까지 펄크 머신을 없애야 된다는 것을 아셨습니까?
제 기억은 확실치 않지만 maybe 15, more than 15 years ago.
If my memory serves me right, I was aware of it about 15 years ago.
Thank you. And was your facility inspected in 2019 for Rule 1421 compliance?
2019년에 선생님 비즈니스가 1421 법안을 컴플라이언스 때문에 검사를 받으신 적이 있나요?
I believe it was April 2019.
4월달이었습니다. 2019년에.
그게 무슨 말이에요?
2019년에 그 룰 때문에 1421에 관련해서 누군가가 와서 선생님 비즈니스를 검사하고 간 적이 있나요? 이쪽에서 말하는 건 2019년 4월쯤이라고 얘기하는데.
제가 알기로는 그런 것 같아요. AQMD 피프로 와가지고 니네 기계 교체한다고 들은 건 알고 있어요. 어렴풋이 기억이 나네. 예.
Yeah, I remember somebody from AQMD came to my business and then told me I had to replace my machine.
Thank you. You mentioned earlier as well that you had some assistance in completing your variance petition and that you had some information that you wish to correct. Did you have a chance to review the variance petition, and is there anything you'd like to correct currently?
네, 아까 선생님이 이쪽에 보내주신 서류에 아드님이 도와주셔서 아드님이 한국말을 잘 못하셔서 미스언더스탠딩이 있었을지 모른다고 얘기하셨는데 그 중에서 혹시 뭐 잘못됐거나 서류 중에 고치고 싶으신 부분이 있으신가요?
네, 조금 몇 개 돼요.
예, 말씀해 주세요. He had a few items that he wanted to revise.
Great. Would you please go through and explain that for our understanding?
예, 말씀해 주시겠습니까?
예, 12번 조항 12번에 그 yes라고 했는데 그게 no인 것 같아요. 근데
On question number 12 on the submission, it should be marked as no, but it was marked as yes. The question whether you issued any notice of violation or notices to comply concerning this equipment or activity within the past year, that should be marked no, not yes.
Thank you.
또 있으십니까?
예, 근데 17번은 무슨 말인지 확실히 제가 언더스탠을 못 얻었는데
네.
에코노미 루스가 $10,000 per month 이게 언더스탠을 못 하겠어요.
네. He didn't quite understand the question number 17. It says, what would be the harm to your business during and or after the period of the variance if the variance were not granted? He said economic losses of $10,000 per month. If I understand it correctly, if the variance is not granted to him, and that is the impact that he estimate per month, right? That's the question, right?
Yes, that is the question.
Let me explain it to him.
Thank
네,
you.
선생님 이건 어떤 질문이냐면요. 만약에 베리언스가 선생님한테 허가가 안 된다면은 선생님이 얼마나 비즈니스 임팩트가 있냐라고 말씀하시는 건데요. 그러니까 만약에 지금 오늘 공청회에서 이게 거부가 되거나 그렇게 되지 않으면 한 달에 한 $10,000 정도 러스가 난다고 쓰신 건데 맞습니까?
만불 현재를 말하는 거면은 매상이 안 되니까 지금은 그렇게 안 되고
네.
과거를 말한다면은 뭐 그게 질문 자체가
팬데믹 전에
팬데믹 전인가 후냐?
Yeah, that's based on the sales of my business before pandemic. But if you estimate it right now, I don't have any business, so that would be less than that. But if you calculate and average out the gross sales that I was making before the pandemic, that's about right.
Great, thank you. And for the record, is there any other information on the petition that you'd like to correct?
또 있으십니까? 고치고 싶으신 게?
네, 그리고 이 20에 넘버 20에 뜨리게런이라는 게 있는 이게 그냥 얼마큼을 사용해서 없어지는 걸 양을 말하는 건지.
네. So he has a question about number 20. Number 20 says, show calculation used to estimate quantities in number 19 or explain why there will be no excess emissions. He said the answer was in 1 year, less than 3 gallons of perk are used on premises. But I think he's talking about the actual emission of the perk, not actual amount of the perk he was using. So can you explain question again so that I could explain it to Mr. Kim?
Are you asking to have the petition question explained?
Yeah, petition question so I could clarify to Mr. Kim. Is that the actual amount of the perk that he's using or only the emission amount?
No, and I'm not sure if Mr. Kim will be able to answer that or if this will be a question that the AQMD district staff can answer. However, 19 is essentially if you were in compliance with the rule versus what you are asking under the variance to emit, what would be the difference? And in this case, it would be all emissions of PERC, since PERC is not supposed to be used after December 31st.
네,
Emissions, not gallons that go in.
네, 그래서 이쪽에서 말하는 것들은 예, 바깥으로 배출되는 양을 말하는 거라고 하시거든요.
오케이.
그럼 이게 어느 정도 맞는 건가요?
지금 이게 팬데믹 전에는 아까 말씀한 것 같이 around 15 gallon per year에.
Yeah, like I told you before, before the pandemic, I was using about 10 to 15 gallons a year.
Right now, maybe pandemic, maybe less than 10 gallon, you know?
And during the pandemic, I would estimate less than 10 gallons.
그리고 21, 뭐 22 그런 엔세에는요. 현재 제가 줄일 수 있는 것은 거진 50%, 현재도 50%는 물빨래를 하고 있어요. 그러니까 펑머신을 더 줄일 수가 있죠.
As far as the question number 21 and 22 is concerned, that I'm using about 50% of my laundry load on a wet machine. So if you ask me how I could reduce the emission of the PERC, I'm utilizing the wet machine more than I did before the pandemic. I would say about 50% of my load is washed by the wet machine.
And prior to that, just to be clear, the testimony was prior to the pandemic, 90% of his business was using the PERC machine and 10% by wet. And is the testimony that during the pandemic, it's 50-50, 50% each.
네, 아까 김 선생님이 말씀하셨을 때 팬데믹 이전에는 펄크 머신을 한 90% 사용하고 웹머신을 한 10% 정도 사용했다고 말씀하셨는데 지금 현재 팬데믹 상태에서는 웹머신을 한 50% 정도 사용하시고 계시다는 게 맞습니까?
예, 그 턱을 사용을 이제 안 해야 하기 때문에 현재 지금 50% 줄이려고 턱머신을 줄이려고 하고 있어요. 그렇게.
Yes, you're correct. And by the regulation, I have to reduce the emission of the PERC. So I'm trying to reduce the use the PERC machines and switch the load to the wet machine.
Ms. Lee, did you have additional questions?
Yes, thank you. So can you please confirm, Mr. Kim, that you spoke with the South Coast AQMD Council on November 19th and on November 24th?
네, 김 선생님, 11월 19일과 11월 24일 날 AQMD 쪽하고 이야기를 하셨다는 게 맞습니까?
네. 아마 여러분이 전화를 와서 통화는 했습니다.
Someone called me from AQMD, so I spoke with them on the phone.
Great, thank you. And do you recall the district staff informing you of its position to oppose your variance and why?
네, 그때 선생님한테 AQMD에서 왜 선생님의 베리언스를 거부하고 그렇게 하는지 이야기를 들으셨습니까?
네, 들었습니다.
Yes, I did.
Thank you. And have you taken any action in response since that conversation?
그 대화가 있은 이후에 어떤 비즈니스에 변화를 주셨습니까? 그런 레귤레이션을 맞추기 위해서?
그러니까 지금 현재 물빨래를 많이 하고 있다는 것이죠.
Yeah, as I was saying, I'm trying to reduce the emission of the PERC by utilizing more wet machine. That's what I was trying to do.
Thank you. Are you aware of any financing options that are available through the district for purchasing a non-PERC machine?
네, 선생님, 넌퍼크 머신을 구입하기 위해서 디스트릭에서 선생님한테 제공하는 그런 경제적인 혜택에 대해서 알고 계십니까?
네, 다 알고 있습니다. 그게 중요한 게 아니고 현재 매상이 없는데 새 기계를 넣어서 왜 기계를 페이먼트 아니 렌트비도 내지를 못하고 있는데 어떻게 하고 있어요?
Yes, I am more aware of that. But then, as I was saying, that I could barely pay my rent, but what's the point of replacing the new machine if I have no business?
Thank you. So to clarify, you have not applied to any of these financing options at this time.
지금 현재로는 새 기계를 구입하는 그런 경제적 도움에 대해서는 전혀 아직 고려하고 있지 않으신 거죠. 어차피 지금 비즈니스가 너무 안 되고 있기 때문에.
네.
You're right. I haven't think about any other options because my business is doing so badly.
And I anticipate we'll have further questions regarding the exhibit, but it would help first to hear from Mr. Gorman before we come back to Mr. Kim for those questions.
So then we might do that after we hear from Mr. Kim. Perhaps we'll go to Mr. Gorman if he's available. Usually we don't, but that seems to make sense before. But we won't do that yet, Mr. Gorman. First, we're going to ask Mr. Kim questions. But Ms. Leaf, at this time, you have no other questions. Is that correct?
Yes, no further questions. Thank you.
Okay, I'll turn to the board members. Board members who would like to begin with questions for Mr. Kim. Ms. Verdugo Peralta.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Kim, for coming before our board and trying to resolve this issue. You had mentioned that you are a member of the Korean Dry Cleaners Association, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, you're correct.
Did you ask
잠깐만,
them?
잠깐만. 한 1분만 잠깐만 기다려 주세요.
Can you give me 1 minute?
Yes.
Okay, we'll take a minute and wait for Mr. Kim to come back.
This is normally cup. I don't want it cup because okay. Yeah. So if you okay. And then I have a question.
I muted Mr. Kim's microphone. Okay, oops. Mr. Kim, I muted your microphone while you were away, but I cannot unmute it, so you'll have to do that. And then we can go back on the record. Okay. Okay. I want to make sure Mr. Ali is still there. I think you're just in the background and you're not showing because you have a background, but okay, great. Okay, you may continue. Were you still answering that question, or Ms. Verdugo Peralta, do you have a question?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So you said that you were a member of the Korean Dry Cleaners Association. Do you attend their meetings?
네, 선생님, 아까 코리안 드라이 클리너 어소시에이션에 포함되어 계시다고 했는데 그 사람들이 미팅을 할 때 같이 거기 미팅에 참여하십니까?
Not anymore.
Not anymore. 그 전에는 하셨나요?
네, 그 전에는
Before
멤버였습니다.
attended the meeting, but not anymore.
When was the last time that you attended
네,
Any other-
마지막으로 참여하신 게 언제죠, 미팅에?
Could be 2 years.
Maybe 2 years ago, possibly.
Okay. But were you aware that the rule was still coming in the next few years? Did you have knowledge that it would be coming to a deadline in a few years?
네, 그렇지만 선생님이 이 기계 사용할 수 없는 기간이 데드라인이 다가오는 거에 대해서는 알고 계셨나요?
물론이죠. 알고 있죠.
Yes, sure, I was aware of it, yeah.
Okay.
그러니까 제가 에스티메이트를 last February에 에스티메이트를 낸 거예요.
That's why I got an estimate for the new machine last February before the pandemic.
Okay. Did you ask them for any assistance?
그쪽 코리안 어소시에이션을 통해서 어떤 도움을 요청하시진 않으셨나요?
무슨 도움이요?
What kind of assistance are you talking about?
Any type of assistance from the association, whether it would be to put you in touch with a lender to help you purchase the machine and or to come to the AQMD and try to talk to us about your situation?
기계를
Yes.
구입하는데 yes, he did.
Okay, and what was the outcome?
결과가 어땠나요?
I think last 1 month ago, I think I talked to the Korean Dry Cleaning Association president 회장하고 통화를 했는데요. AQMD하고 좀 그 펑머신을 더 사용할 수 있게끔 트라이 좀 해달라고 했었죠.
So I spoke to the president of the Korean Cleaners Association about a couple months ago and asked him to talk to the board of the AQMD to let him extend or give him more time to use PERC machine and extend the deadline.
Was that Mr. Paul Cho?
폴 초신가요, 그분이?
No, Mr. Kim, 윤동 Kim.
Okay, yes, I know him.
윤동 Kim.
Okay. And you had mentioned that you didn't feel that it was prudent for you to purchase a machine based on the fact that you don't have that much business right now. Did you price these machines at all? Did you get a price?
선생님이 아까 말씀하신 것처럼 지금 비즈니스가 너무 안 되고 있기 때문에 기계가 얼마나 하시는지 알아보시긴 하셨습니까?
에스티메이트를 냈는데 몰라요. 다 갖고 있는데 여기에 에스티메이트 낸 거 있는데.
So this is the estimate. So I know I'm aware of how much these machines are.
And what is that number?
얼마로 나와 있었죠? 그때 에스티메이트 뜨셨을 때?
$62,467.
Okay. All
One
right.
of them, yeah, one of them machines is $58,690.
Okay. Going back to, let's see, where was my question over here? I just lost my question. Hang on just for a second. Okay, there was a comment made in reference to how much you're using per gallon of the PERC. And it was, you stated that you're using approximately 1.5 gallons per month, correct?
아까 말씀하신 걸로 치면은 1년에 15갤런 가까이, 그러니까 한 달에 한 1.5갤런 정도 쓰신다고 말했는데 대충 맞습니까?
네, 맞습니다. 거진.
Yeah, you're about right.
Do you recycle the PERC at all?
PERC를 재사용하시나요? 리사이클 하시나요?
물론이죠.
Yes, of course.
Okay, so that extends actually then the amount of pieces that you can clean per the 1.5 gallons, correct?
네, 리사이클을 함으로써 조금 더 적은 양의 PERC를 사용해서 더 많은 것을 클린할 수 있으신 거죠?
물론이죠.
Yes, you're right.
All right. Getting back to the machine that you bought in 2007, secondary machine, was that also a PERC machine
2007년에 구입하신
or aqueous?
파크 기계인가요?
I think
네,
that, I'm sorry, I think that the testimony was that in 2007, there were add-on controls, but it was the same machine. And Mr. Kim can confirm that.
같은 기계에 그게 추가로 된 거라고 말씀하셨는데 맞습니까?
네, 맞습니다.
Yes, the Madam Chair is correct. It was a PERC machine and secondary machine was added to the original one.
Okay. All right. But still utilizing PERC. Let's see. I think for the time being, those are my questions up to now. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ali, you have questions from
Yes,
Mr.
Madam Chair, thank you. Mr. Kim. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Just a couple of questions. I wanted to reiterate a point that Ms. Lee, who works for the district, she articulated earlier, and just wanted to, again, clarify for the record and also for my own edification. I'm holding in my hand a document that says Notice to Owner, Operator of PERC Dry Cleaning Equipment. Just want to be very clear. If you were aware that you could contact the South Coast Air Quality Management District and/or California Air Resources Board for grant money regarding this issue.
네, 선생님 받으신 Notice to Owner라는 그 서류를 보시면 사우스 코스트 AQMD에 연락하셔서 그 기계를 새롭게 구입하실 때 받을 수 있는 그랜트가 있는데 그거에 대해서 알고 계셨습니까?
네, 다 알고 있습니다. 그게 중에 제가 말씀드렸다시피 그게 중요한 게 아니고 현재 아무 매상이 어느 날은 35불도 안 되는 날이 있는데 기계를 파이낸싱해서 그 페이먼트 할 수가 없어요. 그리고 아니 현재 렌트비를 낼 수가 없는데.
Yes, I read it and I'm aware of that I could get a grant from the district. But then, like I said before, sometimes I only make a sales of $35 a day. I could barely pay my rent, and I cannot afford, even if there's a grant, I cannot afford to finance a new machine.
Okay, thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
감사합니다.
Mr. Kim, could you take us through a timeline? So it was your testimony that you've known about the rule and the deadline of 2020 for about 15 years. Is that correct?
아까 그 데드라인이 다가오고 이 기계를 더 이상 사용할 수 없다는 거를 한 15년 전부터 알고 계셨다고 했는데 그게 맞습니까?
Yeah, right.
Yes, you're correct.
Were you aware of the rule in 2007 when you purchased the secondary controls for your existing machine?
네, 2007년에 세컨더리 머신을 구입하실 때도 그 법안에 대해서는 알고 계셨죠?
네, 알고 있었습니다.
Yes, I was aware in 2007 also.
Did you have a plan prior to the COVID pandemic to be in compliance by the rule deadline?
네, 팬데믹이 시작되기 전에 이 룰에 따라서 기계를 변경하실 생각을 가지고 계셨었나요? 계획이 있으셨나요?
그러니까 에스티메이트를 낸 거 아닙니까?
Yeah, that's why I got an estimate for the new machine because I was trying to comply the rule.
Okay, what was your plan?
네, 그렇다면
Aside from the estimate, that's what.
에스티메이트 띈 것 말고 어떻게 바꿔갈지 어떤 계획을 갖고 계셨습니까? 기계를 바꾼 후에는 팬데믹이 터지지 않았다면.
Middle of the year, maybe I'm gonna change the July to maybe July around. I can put in the new machine, you know. 그리고 융자도 받고, 그리고 그 그랜트 그 AQMD에서 주는 돈도 받고, 그래서 살라고 했죠.
Yeah, I was planning to receive the grant from the AQMD and get a finance to purchase a new machine to keep my business open before the pandemic. That was my plan, but then pandemic started in March.
Okay, so your testimony so far has been that you received an estimate on cost in February. Is that correct?
2월 달에 선생님 2월 27일 날 에스티메이트를 받으셨다고 말씀하셨는데 맞습니까?
네, 맞습니다.
Yes, you're right. I got an estimate on February 27th. I'm sorry.
Okay. Before, let's start with before that. Before February 27th, did you make any attempt to talk with a consultant or talk with the district or find out any information regarding a path to compliance?
그럼 그 전에 선생님이 이분들하고 얘기해서 어떻게 이 법률을 따를지 하고 계속 얘기를 하신 적이 있습니까? AQMD 쪽과?
아니요. 그리고 알고 있기 때문에 모든 것을 다 알고 있기 때문에 뭐 다른 그 드라이클린 코리안 그 세탁협회에서도 다 알려줬고.
I knew about the regulation, and Korean Association let me know about the regulation, so I didn't feel the need to talk to anybody specifically.
Okay. Who did you seek an estimate from on February 27th? Was it a manufacturer or an agent who does the purchasing?
네, 그 세 기계 에스티메이트 받으셨을 때 컨택하신 곳이 어디입니까? 매니팩처 공장하고 직접 연락하셨나요? 아니면 그걸 파는 에이전트하고 연락을 하셨었나요?
파는 회사죠. US 웨스턴 멀티텍스. 여기 나와 있습니다. 보세요.
Manufacturer, US Western Multitech looks like.
It looks like you're showing us a document, Mr. Kim. Is that the estimate you received with a date on it?
지금 보이시듯이 에스티메이트 날짜가 써 있는 게 맞나요? Yeah, that's the
네, 맞아요.
date on it.
It would be great to have a copy of that. Is there an opportunity? Do you have it in a digital format that it can be sent to the clerk of the board?
선생님 그거를 카피하거나 만드셔가지고 이메일로 보내주실 수가 있나요?
지금 당장은 못 보내죠.
지금 당장 말고 시간이 되시면은 보내주실 수 있나요?
사진 찍어서 보내면 되잖아요.
Yes, not right now, but I could take a picture of it and send it via email.
Yeah, you can see it.
We could take a break and do that. But for right now, can you just tell us? Okay, so it was U.S. Western, and what's the date on it? It's February 27th. It says it on there.
February 27, 2020.
That's correct.
그게 맞나요? 2월 27일.
예, 맞아요.
It says it. Okay. Okay. Now, once you receive that estimate, and the pandemic hit, did you take any other actions to attempt to comply with the rule? And that would include contacting small business assistants or anyone else at the district, or looking into grant monies that might be available.
네, 팬데믹이 3월 달에 터졌을 때 선생님이 스몰 비즈니스를 위한 그랜트라든가 뭐 다른 경제적으로 도움을 받을 수 있는 프로그램에 연락을 하거나 찾아보신 적이 있으십니까?
UI 정도는 받았죠.
Only unemployment insurance, not any grant in particular.
Okay. What about earlier you testified that you were inspected in, well, that was 2019. Okay. So you attached to the next thing we see is that you attached to the petition the notice to owners, operators regarding 1421 in September, dated September 4th, 2020. Is that the next? But just you received that in September, on September 4th, 2020. Is that correct?
You're breaking up my end. Can you repeat the question one more time?
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Attached to the petition is a district notice, which Mr. Ali had referred to, dated September 4th, 2020. Just want to make sure he received that.
네, 그 퍼티션을 보내셨을 때 9월 4일 날 미스터 알리 씨가 같이 붙여서 보낸 서류가 있는데 그거 받으셨나요?
무슨 서류예요?
What kind of document was it?
That you attached to the petition. It's attached to the petition. It's a notice dated September 4th, 2020.
저거 보내신 게 맞나요?
네, 예, 여러 가지 받았어요. 여러 가지.
Yes, I think I received it.
Okay. When you received that notice in the beginning of September, did you take any additional steps at that point to attempt to speak with anyone from the district or otherwise attempt to come into compliance?
네, 저 서류를 받으셨을 때 다른 뭐 디스트릭에 관련된 사람이나 다른 사람들 연락해서 알아보려고 하셨었나요?
무엇을 알아봐요?
What kind of things that I should be looking at as by
I'm just wondering if, but the question just is generally, did he do anything for further compliance, contact anyone, or otherwise attempt to come into compliance after September?
그냥 어떤 그거에 대한 질문이라든가 이런 거에 대해서 그 어떤 룰을 따르기 위해서 그 사람들과 연락하거나 전화를 하거나 뭐 그런 행동을 하신 게 있나요? 9월 4일에 받으셨어요.
뭐 기계업자들한테 여러 명한테 전화를 해서 물어봤죠.
Only thing I did was I contacted the manufacturer of the machine and find out about the machines.
Was that an attempt to purchase a machine or to formulate a plan to purchase a machine at that time?
기계를 구입하시거나 어떤 구매 계획이 있으셔서 그렇게 그분들하고 알아보셨던 건가요?
물론이죠. 기계를 구입하려고 여러 사람한테 물어보고 마지막에 이 US 웨스턴 멀티텍스 에스티메이트를 받은 거죠.
Yes, that's why I asked around. I contacted all the manufacturer to replace the machine, and that's why I got an estimate from this manufacturer.
Okay, so we're talking about a different time period. I'm now asking if Mr. Kim contacted any manufacturers or the district after September 4th, 2020, when he received the notice from the district.
네, 선생님이 말씀하신 거는 아까 팬데믹 전을 말씀하시는 것 같은데요. 9월 4일 이후로 그렇게 연락을 해보신 적은 있나요?
올해 9월 4일이요?
네.
없어요. 전혀 매상이 안 되니까 전혀 내가 할 수 있는 것이 없어요.
Yeah, not after September 4th, because like I told you, my business doing so badly, so I couldn't even think about changing the machine.
Wait, you are cutting out there for a moment. Can you just repeat that last part?
Yes, not after September 4th, I didn't contact anybody because at that point my business was doing so bad, like I told you earlier. So I didn't think about changing the machine. That wasn't one of my options.
Okay, and you have requested in your petition, and I know that Ms. Lee also mentioned again in her opening that you're asking for 2 years without a plan to come into compliance. If you were granted any kind of variance, would you attempt to come into compliance by purchasing a compliant machine?
네, 만약에 이 베리언스를 허가를 해주시게 된다면 그 허가된 기간 안에 이 기계를 바꾸실 의향은 있으십니까?
물론 바꿔야죠. 근데 팬데믹 현재 이 매상으로는 할 수가 없어요. 그 팬데믹이나 끝나면은 아마 가능성이 있겠죠.
Yeah, if I was granted the variance, then I would probably think about replacing the machine. But if the pandemic continues, then I can't do anything because, like I said, I'm not generating any profit from my business. And if the pandemic ends and there's a time for it, and then my business comes back, bounces back, then definitely I will try to comply with the rule.
And is that true? And is it true that he would not attempt to come into compliance while the pandemic is still occurring, even if he could secure financing or a grant?
만약에 그 팬데믹 상황에서도 그랜트나 다른 파이낸셜 방법을 들릴 수 있다면 그래도 교체하실 의향은 없으신 건가요? 팬데믹이 계속 유지된다면?
예, 그냥 라스트 2 weeks에는 매상이 조금 올랐어요. 근데 또 다시 또 세컨 락다운을 하니까 매상이 다시 또 떨어졌어요.
네.
그건 알 수가 없죠. 매상이 오르면은 keep going, 뭐 why not? I can buy the new machine, but right now, so I cannot do it.
Like I said, if my business bounces back, then I could definitely try to comply with the rules and replace the machine. But then since there's a second lockdown in the LA County, my business, like I said, I only making like, sometimes I only make $35 a day. So even if there's a grant or financial opportunity to replace the machine, I can't afford it.
Okay. My final question is, can you tell me what is a transfer facility in this business?
Meaning, can you explain the question again?
Does he know what a transfer facility is in the context of the dry cleaning business?
네, 드라이 클리닝이라는 비즈니스 안에서 트랜스퍼 퍼실리티라는 그런 어떤 변형, 거기서 옮겨질 수 있는 패실리티라는 그런 개념을 알고 계신가요?
그게 무슨 말이에요?
He doesn't have an idea of a transfer facility. He doesn't really understand what it actually means.
Okay. Is there an opportunity to send dry cleaning that comes into his store to another facility, either that he owns or otherwise?
선생님이 가지고 계신 만약에 또 다른 클리닝 비즈니스가 있으시면 선생님 쪽으로 들어오는 걸 그쪽으로 옮긴다던가 아니면 선생님 쪽으로 들어온 것들을 다른 클리너들한테 넘기는 걸 말한다고 하는데요. 그거에 대해서 알고 계실 게 있나요?
알고는 있지만 그럴 계획은 없어요. 지금 이제
I know,
현재로는. 예.
yeah, I know about that, but I don't plan to do it.
예, 많은 드라이 클리너가 지금 문 닫는 클리너가 많은데요. 매상이 전혀 안 되니까 뭐 다른 대치로 어떻게 제가 가지고 와서 빠는 그건 생각할 수가 없죠. 현재는.
As far as I know, the many dry cleaners are closing their business due to the pandemic and the financial impact. So I don't think that's an option for me.
Because all dry cleaners are closing, or because the ones he would otherwise send it to are closing?
According to Mr. Kim, that he knows of.
Okay. Okay, board members, additional questions?
Yes, Madam Chair, I do.
Mr. Balagopalan.
Mr. Kim, the quote you got in February, what type of machine is it for?
2월 달에 에스티메이트 뜨신 기계가 어떤 종류의 기계였나요?
I made a hydrocarbon machine and wet cleaning machine, both of them. 두 가지 다요.
So you were planning to get two machines, one hydrocarbon and one wet machine, or just one? Or you got a quote for both?
Just one. I'm trying to just one, but I just made an estimate both of them.
Both. Okay. And so the hydrocarbon machine, is that the one that was around $60,000?
하이드로카본 머신이 66만 불짜리 기계였나요? 아까 6만 2천 얼마라고 말씀하셨던 것 같은데.
제가 지금 보고 있어요. 예, 그런 것 같은데요.
Yeah, I think you're right. The hydrocarbon machine was $60-something thousand.
And there is no grant for hydrocarbon machine. You're aware of that, right?
하이드로카본 머신에는 그랜트가 전혀 적용되지 않는 걸 알고 계십니까?
하이드로카본의 그랜트가 조금 몇천 불 주는 걸로 알고 있는데.
As far as I know, there's a couple of $1,000 for grant for a hydrocarbon machine. Is that right?
I don't see it in the letter that AQMD sent. It was for CO2 machine wet cleaning, but
as far as Mr. Kim knows, there's a couple of $1,000 of grant for the purchasing of hydrocarbon machine.
Okay, I'm sure he knows better. What about PPP loan, SBA loan? Did you try to get anything during the pandemic?
네, PPP라든가 뭐 SBA 론 같은 거를 받으실 생각은 없으셨습니까? 팬데믹 사이에?
현재 PPL인가는 뭐 엠플로이가 지금 이상 없어요. 제가 다 레이업을 했기 때문에 그걸로는 받는 게 이제 더 이상 없고, 뭐 anyway 론을 받는 건 뭐 은행에서도 받을 수 있고 SBA 론을 받을 수가 있는데, 페이먼트 누차 말하지만 렌트비를 내지를 못하고 있어요.
Yeah, I'm not qualified for PPP because all my employees been laid off. And like you said, I thought about the option of financing or getting a loan from the bank. But then even if I get the loan, how am I supposed to pay for it? I'll make a payment on it because my business is not generating any profit.
Okay, fair enough. Let me add a few questions on the lease of the building. What is the situation with the owner of the building and the lease?
네, 선생님 지금 비즈니스 리스 상태는 어떤가요? 몇 년이 남아 있다거나 뭐 어떻게 되는 게?
예, 리스는 저희 그 랜드로드는 현재는 2년 남았어요. 리스가. 그런데 뭐 애니 익스텐션을 달라고 하면 받을 수가 있어요.
네. There's a 2 years left on my lease, and then if I want the extension, I'm pretty sure that my landlord will grant the extension on my business.
Okay. Even though the site is contaminated and the landlord wants to clean it up, we saw from the letter we got earlier.
Let's wait on questions regarding that because we haven't heard from Mr. Gorman, who's going to present that as a public
Okay.
witness.
Now, you also said in your petition, and that's you plan to terminate the business when your lease expires in 2022. Is
Yes.
that your... And were you going to completely stop dry cleaning, or are you going to move to another location?
다른 로케이션으로 옮기신다는 건가요? 아니면 아예 비즈니스 문을 닫으신다는 건가요?
팬데믹이 없었으면은 기계를 뉴 머신 인스톨 해서 2년 안에 팔으려고 한 거죠. 그런데 팬데믹 때문에 팔 수도 없는 거 아니에요. My retirement plan is all gone, you know?
My retirement plan was that within 2 years and in the remaining time of lease, I was planning to replace the machine and sold the business, and that was one of my retirement plan. But then I can't even sell my business because the pandemic. Because who's going to buy it?
Okay, and that's the last question I had, because I think in question 16, he was looking for potential buyer for the business after you replace the machine with the compliant machine. Is that it?
네, 만약에 그렇게 비즈니스에서 그걸 바꾸고 팬데믹이 없었다면 2년 안에 그냥 그 비즈니스를 팔고 리타이어 하실 생각이었었나요?
네.
My plan was to replace the machine within that time period and then sell my business as my retirement plan. That was my original plan before the pandemic.
Not with the...
I'm sorry, did Mr. Kim just say that? Because I thought I only heard one word from Mr. Kim. I just want to make sure, Mr. Lee, that was what Mr. Kim just said, because
retirement, I reiterate the retirement part.
Reiterated that part. Okay, thank you.
Okay. So his retirement plan was to sell the business and to somebody else.
Correct.
My question again is it with the new machine or is he also looking for somebody for his existing machines?
만약에 비즈니스를 팔려고 하셨을 때 새 기계를 교환한 다음에 팔려고 하셨나요? 아니면 그냥 옛날 기계 있는 그대로 팔려고 하셨나요?
현재는 내년부터는 이 기계를 사용을 못하니까 다른 기계를 넣어야 할 거 아니에요. 그래갖고 팔으려고 한 거죠. 그런데 현재 상태에서는 아무도 살 사람이 없죠, 현재.
By the rule, you cannot use this machine starting next year. So I was trying to replace the machine and sell the business. But now, like as all of you know, during the pandemic, even if I try to sell the business, nobody would buy it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Other board members, other questions for Mr. Kim before we, I think we'll jump over and take public testimony from Mr. Gorman and then come back to Mr. Kim after a break. Any other questions for Mr. Kim before we go to Mr. Gorman?
Madam Chair,
Dr. Bernstein.
good morning. I just wanted to clarify on page 9 of the petition, question 23. It notes that anticipate closure of business and inactivation of machine by December of 2022. So just trying to clarify the testimony. According to the petition, it appears as if there was no intention of replacing the machine with a compliant machine. It appears from the statement is simply the machine would be inactivated upon closure of the business. So I just wanted to clarify, we've been hearing some different things, so.
And with that, number 24 further clarifies what you're saying, because it's increments of progress for removing that machine. So
Exactly.
Mr. Kim can answer.
네, 23번과 24번을 보시면은요, 거기에 2022년까지 그냥 기계를 더 이상 사용하지 않겠다고만 나와 있고, 새로운 기계를 교체한다는 그런 계획은 나와 있지 않은데, 이게 맞습니까?
팬데믹 상태에서는 그게 맞는 것이죠. 현재 할 수가 없으니까.
Under the condition of the pandemic, that's right.
What's right? That there's no intention to purchase a new machine before the sale, or is that what's correct?
Yeah, let me ask him again. 그러면 그 팬데믹 컨디션이 계속되면은 새 기계를 구입할 수 없고 그냥 2022년까지 사용하지 않겠다는 게 말씀이신 거죠? 팬데믹이 계속되면은 계속 기계를 바꿀 수가 없다는 말씀이시잖아요, 그죠?
물론이죠. 기계를 어떻게 바꿔요?
Yes, if the pandemic continues, then I don't think I could actually replace the machine. I just have to deactivate it.
I can chime in here since I filled out the petition.
Okay, and can you, Mr. James Kim, can you
Yeah.
state and spell your name for the record? Tell us who you are for the record, and also just indicate I know you took the oath today.
Yeah, so my name is James Kim. It's spelled Jameskim. I am the business owner's son, and I assist him in some of the operation of the business, and I took the oath earlier. So just to clarify, I guess our plan for the business, as he mentioned, was to replace the dry cleaning machine to be in compliance with the Rule 1421. This was prior to the pandemic. In light of the pandemic, we're requesting a variance. My father is nearing retirement age, so we thought it was a reasonable plan to continue operation of the business for the remainder of his lease or for the life of the machine if it were to break down in that period of time for those 2 years, and then basically close the business and be in compliance with the rule by deactivating the machine. If the situation were to change and his business were to return to normal, then it would certainly be an option to seek grants and other financing to replace the machine, be in compliance, and hopefully sell the business. But we don't know how long the pandemic is going to go on for. And we also don't know how business practices will change as a result of the pandemic. A lot of people are working from home. I think a lot of people maybe in this meeting may be working from home. And as a result, a lot of people are wearing less dry cleaning only clothes.
Thank you, Mr. Kim.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Kim, I should probably ask first Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee? Oh, sorry, I didn't see. Did you have any questions on that testimony from Mr. James Kim?
No, no questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Board members, any questions? Balagopala.
Mr. Kim, are you or your dad aware of the reasons why the usage of PERC is not allowed after the end of this year?
Yes, I'm aware that the Rule 1421, is to reduce the emissions of PERC, which we find possibly carcinogenic and harmful to the environment. Rule 1421, I've looked at, I think, data that AQMD has put out themselves, and it's basically done what it's supposed to, and it's reduced the amount of PERC emissions by your own data. And we think that just requesting a variance for just a little bit longer wouldn't really adversely affect the goals of Rule 1421. And we also recognize that the California Air Resource Board, I think their regulations are only in effect in year 2023. And I've looked at other states, and this is definitely the most stringent. And I appreciate the concern for the health of the population and for the environment. And we also recognize that the harmful effects are probably most pertinent to the operator. So, like, as my father's son, I'm concerned that he's handling PERC, but given the circumstances, we think that it's reasonable to continue operating just so that he can basically secure his retirement.
Are you aware of other dry cleaners that have made the switch earlier and gone to a non-PERC solution in anticipation of the deadline of the rule?
Yes, of course. And I think, again, that the purpose of Rule 1421 has been fulfilled in a good majority of dry cleaning businesses, I'm assuming, have switched over to non-PERC machines. I think it's pretty practical in this type of small business to operate a machine for its basically useful life. We're not going to necessarily switch machines if it's not financially feasible. And speaking with my dad, he did say that he looked into the grants and the financing options, but in light of the pandemic, like, the numbers just didn't work out.
I think you mentioned the state regulation. You're also aware that it says that either 15 years old or 2023, whichever comes sooner. And your machine is approximately 22 years old?
Oh, I wasn't aware of the age of the machine rule of that regulation.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Kim, I just had a follow-up on your testimony. So your position and your father's position today is that others in the industry spent the money and changed over from PERC to non-toxic forms of cleaning, and so the rule purpose has been affected, and so you can choose whether or not to comply with the rule. Is that, because I wanted to just clarify what your testimony was.
No, I mean, I'm not. You'd have to ask my father about the business practices of other owners of dry cleaning businesses.
Okay, but are you aware that if it's the case that others have complied, that gives your business an unfair advantage for not complying with the rule and spending the money to purchase compliant machines?
I guess that's one way to look at it, but I think it depends on, like, the timeline of each business and how they kind of changed over their operations. I mean, what we're saying is that just for that first criteria about beyond our reasonable control, I think my father has basically elaborated enough how the pandemic has basically affected his business and his attempt to be in compliance with the rule.
Okay. Thank you. Board members, any other questions for either Mr. Young Kim or Mr. James Kim? Okay. Thank you both for your testimony. And we'll come back. Mr. Young Kim will come back to you after we've heard from Mr. Gorman. Let's take that testimony now, and then I think we'll take our lunch break, because we have we'll have additional witnesses we probably will be hearing from with the district, and so I don't think we'll finish before at lunch.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
The cost estimates or sales agreements that the petitioner has been emailed to all of the parties. So
okay.
Want to review maybe
And to the board members as well?
That is correct.
Okay. Well, then when on our break, we'll look at that too.
And also to Mr. Lee, the interpreter, and district council.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kim, for sending that over, and thank you, Madam Clerk, for disseminating it. Mr. Tang, Anthony Tang, are you able to, I know you've taken over for Paul right now. Are you able to put up a timer? I don't think we anticipated in advance that there would be public comment, but do you have, well, first of all, Anthony, are you there? Okay. So what I'll do is, I mean, Mr. Gorman, how long do you anticipate your comments would be?
Yeah, I think it should just take a few minutes. If you want me to take breaks as well, so the information can be translated as well, it might,
That's true. So we would give you like 6 minutes. We would double the time. So what I'll do is, because we have displayed a timer, I'm just going to put a timer on my phone just so we have an approximate, but if you're finishing up your testimony, we'll take that into account as well. But I'm going to put 6 minutes on. But first, before I begin it, can you state and spell your name for the record and tell us who you are?
My name is Peter Gorman, PeterGorman, and I am an environmental consultant for PES Environmental. I'm a registered professional geologist and certified hydrogeologist, registered with the state of California.
Thank you. And did you take the oath today when I administered it?
No, I did not.
Okay. Can you raise your right hand? Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay. I'm going to start the timer, and you may, that's whatever testimony you wish, starting now.
Great. Well, first, thank you very much for the opportunity to provide public comment today, and thank you for reviewing the memo dated December 8th. And this memo outlines kind of 6 main points that we'd like the board to consider when reviewing the J. Ross petition.
Let me translate that.
Thank you, Mr. Lee.
네, 일단 참여할 기회를 주셔서 감사하고요. 지금 말씀드리는 피 고맨 씨는 지질학자라고 합니다. 근데 12월 8일 날 아까 받으신 자료에 대해서 6가지 부분에 대해서 이야기를 하실 것입니다. 네.
And this memo also provides details of the methods and procedures of an environmental investigation that was performed in April and October of this year. And this investigation was performed on behalf of the property owner.
네, 받으신 자료에 의하면 4월과 10월 달에 그 랜드로드 프로퍼티 오너가 요청에 의해서 이 검사가 진행됐었습니다. 환경 오염에 대한 검사였습니다.
Madam Chair, can I interrupt for 1 second? No, I just wanted to make a clarification that Mr. Gorman is not testifying on behalf of the company, the landowner.
No, he is a public, he's just giving public comment.
Okay, but not on behalf of the landowner, just.
Not on behalf. Oh, are you? I don't think so. He's giving public comment. So the public landowner is not a party. So it's just his testimony. and we're taking it as public comment.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
네, 지금 말씀하시는 것들은 어떤 입장에서 대변하는 게 아니고요. 지금 퍼블릭 커멘트로 그 대중의 의견을 듣는 것 중에 하나입니다. Go ahead.
Madam Chair, I have a point of clarification.
Yes.
Okay, I believe that Mr. Gorman did say that he was doing this on behalf of the property owner.
Understood, but
That's what
the
I heard.
property owner is not a party, so he's not here testifying on behalf of any party. Rather, he is here to give public comments on the investigation that he provided. And if he wants to say anything on with regard to why he did it and that he was requested to do it, he can do that. But the property owner is not a party, so I wouldn't
understand.
want him to be here representing anyone. Okay.
I just wanted that clarification.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Madam Chair, just so if he's here, like, I guess to Ms. Verdugo Peralta's point, then how, I'm trying to understand how his testimony is germane.
Because he is a member of the public. And for every case where we give public notice, the public has an opportunity to testify. Because we have this document, and Ms. Lee in particular said she would like to ask Mr. Lee before we close testimony questions with regard to Public Exhibit P1, I'm going to take him out of turn and allow him to testify now. But he's just a member of the public providing public testimony. We're taking it under oath, but he's not here testifying on behalf of either one of the parties.
Yeah, I presumed he was testifying on behalf of the owner. Okay, I stand corrected.
Okay, and I apologize if that was not 100% clear. Let me be very clear. Normally, at the end of a proceeding that is publicly notified, we will ask if there's any member of the public who wishes to be heard. We already knew because Ms. Lee mentioned it in her opening, and we already received Public Exhibit P1 that Mr. Gorman wanted to testify as a member of the public, and that we might want to ask questions, and certainly Ms. Lee will want to ask questions of Mr. Lee, I'm sorry, of Mr. Kim. And so we're allowing Mr. Gorman to testify now so that we can ask those questions.
네, 다시 한번 말씀드리지만 지금 증언을 하시는 분은 그 어떤 랜드로드의 입장을 대변하는 것이 아니고요. 대중의 입장으로 그냥 말을 하는 거기 때문에 그것을 잘 알고 계셨으면 좋겠습니다.
Okay. Okay.
Madam Chair.
Yes, and 1 second, I understand that Paul is back and he said he could put up a timer, so we could start the timer at 6 minutes. But Dr. Bernstein, go ahead.
I just want to know, I'm going to go off camera for a minute, but I am in attendance. I'm not leaving the meeting at all.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for letting us know that on the record. Okay.
Madam Chair, you'd like the time set for 6 minutes?
Yes, because it's
Okay.
being translated.
Oh, of course. 1 second, please. Let me change that.
Okay, and even though Mr. Gorman has already begun, he wasn't very far in. So, Mr. Gorman, okay, unless there's any other questions as to the fact that Mr. Gorman's testimony is purely as a member of the public, and he will explain what is the relevance of his testimony. We take it for that, and we may ask questions of his testimony, and so will Mr. Kim will have that opportunity too. Okay, Mr. Gorman, you may continue.
Thank you. So the environmental sampling that was performed indicates releases of PERC have occurred at the site and contaminated the subsurface soil, soil vapor, and groundwater. Soil vapor samples were collected between 5 and 60 feet below ground surface, and groundwater is encountered at approximately 80 feet below ground surface.
네, 샘플을 채취했을 때 지금 그걸 검사하기 위해서 땅의 소일하고 그 주변의 물에 대해서 검사를 진행했는데요. 그 소일은 가져간 소일 샘플로 가져간 것은 한 5피트에서 6피트 밑에 있는 것을 가져갔고 물은 한 80피트 밑에 있는 것들을 채취해서 검사했습니다.
The soil vapor sampling results indicate concentrations of PERC exceed the environmental screening level for commercial industrial properties. And what this signifies is that there's a potential risk to human health and the environment.
네, 채취된 토양 샘플에서는 퍼크가 초과 그 분량 이상 나왔기 때문에 이것은 어떤 뜻이냐면은 사람의 건강을 해칠 수 있는 위험이 있다는 걸 알려주시는 것입니다.
The maximum concentration of perc in soil vapor is nearly 100 times greater than screening level.
네, 토양 검사에서 발견된 그 퍼크의 양이 기준치보다 약 100배 이상의 가량이었습니다.
The perc was detected in 24 of the 25 soil vapor samples collected at the site. And I also just wanted to also mention that perc will degrade into other compounds which are potentially even more harmful than perc, such as vinyl chloride.
네, 토양 샘플이 채취된 게 25개였는데 그중에 24개에서 퍼크가 포함되어 있다는 게 발견됐고요. 퍼크가 그 다음에 분해가 된다면 더 안 좋은 화학 물질로 분해될 수 있습니다.
The property owner wishes to abate and remediate the site, and the PCE use needs to cease prior to remediation, as the continued use of PCE, I'm sorry, I say PCE and PERC are their synonymous chemical acronyms, but the use of PERC needs to cease in order for the successful cleanup.
네, 지금 오너의 말에 따르면은 지금 펄크 사용량의 그 초과 기준이 넘어갔기 때문에 앞으로 이것을 줄이기 위해서는 더 이상 펄크를 사용하면 안 된다는 것을 제가 권고했습니다.
I understand that Rule 1421 was adopted 25 years ago, and from the discussions today, the operator was aware approximately 15 years ago of this rule, and I believe that ample time has been available for preparing for this rule and obtaining grant funding or potentially even becoming a transfer facility where dry cleaning clothes are sent off-site to a larger facility for dry cleaning.
네, 룰 14, 21, 1421 룰에는 이미 25년 전에 채택이 된 것이었고 아까 김 선생님이 말씀하셨던 것처럼 15년 전에 이미 알고 계셨기 때문에 지금 그 기계를 교체할 만한 충분한 시간이 있었고 해야만 했다고 저는 생각합니다.
And finally, the AQMD website provides 6 bases for granting a variance, and it does not appear that all 6 bases have been met.
네, 그리고 AQMD에서 얘기하는 6가지 사항에 대해서 그거에 맞춰서 진행된 것이 아직 하나도 없었다고 생각합니다.
First, for one of these bases, ceasing PERC dry cleaning would reduce air contamination. Secondly, conditions are not beyond the reasonable control, given the timing, the number of years that have passed since Rule 1421 was adopted.
네, 가장 중요한 사항 중에 하나는 공기로 배출되는 그 양을 줄여야 되는 것이고 합리적으로 왜 이렇게 하지 못했냐, 기계를 변경하지 못했냐 하는 이유가 있는데 그거에 대해서 제대로 답변하시지 못한 것 같습니다.
And finally, it doesn't appear that consideration has been given to curtailing operations, such as becoming a transfer facility.
네, 아까 말씀드렸던 transferring facility처럼 그것에 따라서 어떻게 이 법률을 따라 하실지에 대한 그런 후속 조치도 없었던 걸로 보여집니다.
And thank you again for your time. That's the end of my comment.
네, 제가 할 이야기는 여기까지입니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you. And since you are a member of the public and we don't want to make you wait around, let's before our lunch break, let's take all questions. And I'm going to begin with Mr. Kim. If you have any questions for Mr. Gorman that you would like answered.
네, 김 선생님 하실 질문이 있으십니까? 지금 말한 거에 대해서요.
예, 이 현재 여기 제이라 스크리너가 제가 알기로는 50년이 넘은 걸로 알고 있어요.
예.
그렇기 때문에 그리고 나서 제가 한 지가 지금 한 35년, 6년 되는 걸로 알고 있는데 현재 그리고 나서 현재 사용하고 있는 머신은 절대로 토지 오염을 시킬 수가 없는 상태예요. 밑에다가 기계 밑에 메탈로 큰 팬이 있어요. 그래갖고 아무리 드랍을 해도 땅속으로 들어갈 수 있는 조건이 안 되는 거예요. 그리고 제가 말씀하셨듯이 저희 머신은 그때 당시에 제일로 좋은 기계예요. 그래서 퍽 유스트가 얼마 안 돼요. 다 리사이클하고 쿠킹도 하고 하면은 그래서 30 gallon per year 바쁠 때 30 gallon 이상은 사용하지를 않아요. 그렇기 때문에 제 머신은 토지 오염하고는 아무 상관이 없는 거예요. 지금.
As far as I know, the J-Ross cleaner has been around for 50 years, and I've been running this business approximately 35 to 36 years. And this machine, you were claiming that the soil and water nearby my business has been contaminated, and there's a metal panel underneath the machine, so there's no way that my machine has been contaminated the soil and water around my business. When I purchased this machine in 1998, that was the best machine out there. And with all the recycling of PERC and everything, I hardly doubt that my machine has been contaminated to soils and water around my business.
Mr. Gorman, you can respond.
Yeah, with regards to the metal plate, there's a number of different routes where PCE PERC can enter the subsurface. The separator water can also be poured down any utility sinks or floor drains, and even from that water would enter the sanitary sewers, which often leak, and there's really any kind of spills on the property. These chemicals can permeate through the concrete and continue to contaminate the subsurface.
네, 말씀하셨던 것처럼 그 밑에 그 기계를 받치는 메탈 블락 같은 메탈 패널이 있는 걸 알고 있는데요. 그렇다 하더라도 거기서 새어나오는 그 배출이 하수구를 통해 들어가거나 아니면 흩어지거나 해서 콘크리트 사이로도 스며들 수 있기 때문에 충분히 그것을 토양을 오염시킬 수 있는 요건은 된다고 생각합니다.
팬이 있는데 어떻게 해서 그 밑으로 링킹이 되는 거야? 그리고 기계 자체도 링킹이 안 돼요.
And I don't understand how, even if there's a metal panel, that metal block that blocks the machine, how it would go through and permeate through the area and go through the sewer. I just can't understand that.
Do you wish to repeat or answer differently, Mr. Gorman?
Yeah, I clarify that it's, if the metal panel's intact, that any PCE that's placed on top of that metal panel that could act as a containment where PCE would not move through that metal panel. But just there's potentials for other operations within a dry cleaner facility where PCE can be filled, mismanaged, and entered into the subsurface.
네, 말씀하신 것처럼 그 밑에 그 메탈이 그걸 받치고 있다고 해도 그 메탈 위에 남아있는 펄크가 흘러가거나 바깥으로 퍼질 수 있는 위험은 충분히 있습니다. 그리고 다른 그 세탁소에서 그 기계를 통해서 하는 거에 의해서 퍼져나갈 수 있는 방법은 여러 가지가 있습니다.
I don't think so. My machine is not doing.
Do you have any other questions, Mr. Kim, for Mr. Gorman?
예? 다시 말씀.
다른 질문이 또 있으신가요?
오염됐다고 측정된 것은 아마 이 기계 사용 전에를 말씀하시는 가능성이 많아요. 그리고 저도 40year를 세탁업을 했는데 그때 당시만 해도 모든 퍽을 쓰레기통에다 버릴 수가 있었어요. 그때 당시에는. 그렇기 때문에 그때 당시 오염됐지 이 기계 사용하고서는 절대 오염될 수가 없는 거예요.
And again, I hardly believe my machine has not contaminated the soil or water around it. I'm in the business for 40 years, and back then, they were allowed to throw away the PERC and a trash can. So maybe before that, it was already contaminated before I ran the business, but I hardly doubt that my machine, my business has contaminated water.
Thank you, Mr. Kim. Do you have any questions for Mr. Gorman before I turn it over to Ms. Lee for any questions?
다른 질문 또 있으십니까?
네, 됐습니다.
That's it.
That's it. Thank you. Ms. Lee, do you have any questions for Mr. Gorman?
No, Madam Chair. We just want to thank Mr. Gorman for his time and for his interest in the mission of the AQMD and of this hearing board. But the district has no questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gorman, I wanted to refer to the document that you presented to us, which has been marked as P1. Was this document created specifically for this hearing?
It was, yes. And well,
Wait, I'm sorry, and if Mr. Lee could interpret that question and answer.
네, 지금 이분이 제출하신 보고서는 지금 이 히어링 때문에 만들어진 거라고 말씀하십니다.
Did you have something you wanted to add?
yes, it was created specifically for this, but in part, this data, these tables and figures are going to be included within the investigation reports as well. So
Has that investigation report already been created?
no, it's in process currently.
네, 지금 조사 보고서는 아직 다 완성이 안 되고 지금 계속해서 그 준비 중에 있다고 말씀하십니다.
Have the results been conveyed to the owner? The same results that you're giving to us?
Yes, these results have been conveyed to the owner.
네, 조사 결과는 프로퍼티 오너한테 전달됐다고 합니다.
And have they been finalized? You said that the final report hasn't been done, but these, like for example, your statement in number 2, that there were detected soil vapor samples nearly 100 times greater than ESL. Those are final?
Those are final, yeah. The data has been gone through our QC process.
네, 나와 있는 수치는 마지막 최종 보고서에 포함된 수치라고 말씀하셨습니다.
And just to be clear also, I read that this investigation went from April of this year. Is that correct? I'm trying to look where, yes, April through October of 2020. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah, there was a first round of soil vapor sampling using temporary probes conducted in April. And then permanent vapor monitoring probes were installed in October.
네, 처음 조사가 시작됐던 거는 4월 달이었고요. 두 번째로 10월 달에 또 한 번 조사가 있었다고 합니다.
Are there other dry cleaners in this immediate area?
Not within, yeah, I can look up that information, but it's not within 1,000 feet. It might be a half mile or so to the nearest dry cleaner.
네, 주변에 선생님 비즈니스 말고 다른 드라이 클리너가 1000피트 내에 한 half 마일 정도 안에는 없는 걸로 알고 있는데 다시 한번 확인해 보겠습니다.
Does PERC tend to spread out that much, or does it tend to stay concentrated right at its source?
There's a number of factors that can influence the fate and transport of PERC. It's you usually get these localized vapor clouds beneath the subsurface of the building. So really the vapor itself will not spread out. When PERC does enter groundwater, it can migrate depending on a number of hydrogeologic factors.
네, 만약에 주변에 그 펄크 사용하는 곳이 있다면 이게 여기까지 퍼져나갈 수 있냐고 질문을 드렸는데요. 퍼져나갈 수 있는 방법은 여러 가지가 있습니다. 일단 퍼져나갈 수가 있기는 하지만 대부분 그 주변에 모여 있는 걸로 보여지고요. 땅속을 통해서 내려가는 것들은 다른 곳에서 흘러 들어올 수 있다고 말씀하셨습니다.
You mentioned that PERC could degrade or does degrade into potentially worse materials such as vinyl chloride. Do you know approximately how long that could take?
There's a geochemical influences, and it's really the amount of oxygen or reducing environment will dictate how quickly that degradation can occur. In this sandy type of environment here, and given the concentrations of PCE, PERC relative to some of the degradation products, it does not seem to be degrading very rapidly at this site.
네, 질문하신 것들은 아까 그 펄크가 땅에 스며들어가면 그 다른 것들로 다른 화학물질로 분해가 돼서 더 안 좋은 바이럴 클로라이드 같은 물질로 변형이 된다고 했는데 그게 얼마나 빨리 변형이 되냐고 말씀을 하셨습니다. 그래서 이쪽에서 대답하신 것들은 지금 그 펄크가 안으로 흘러들어가는 농도에 따라 다르겠지만 아마 그거는 그 빠른 속도로 그렇게 분해가 되는 건 아니고 그쪽에 많이 남아 있는 것으로 보여집니다.
And I have one final question, and the answer will be hearsay if you know it, but we can consider hearsay. The question is, do you know how quickly or in what time frame the property owner plans to remediate?
I guess the first step would be to remove the dry cleaning unit, cease operation of PERC at the site. So that's one consideration, and then also dependent upon regulatory oversight from the Los Angeles County Fire Department Site Mitigation Unit, getting approval for implementation of a remediation program, and also permitting with the Air Quality Management District.
네, 하신 질문은 지금 프로퍼티 오너가 얼마나 빠르게 지금 이 펄크 오염에 대한 문제를 해결하려고 하냐고 질문하셨는데요. 지금 가장 중요한 거는 펄크를 사용하는 기계를 멈추게 하는 것과 그 다음에 LA 카운티와 그 주변의 그 소방당국, 그 다음에 에어 퀄리티 컨트롤들한테 연락을 해서 이것들을 어떻게 하면 빨리 해결할 수 있냐를 알아보고 있다고 합니다.
Let me rephrase that question. If the machines were to stop as the rule provides on December 31st, 2020, do you know when the owner intends to begin the process of remediation?
I know the owner wishes to do it basically as soon as possible. So, I'd say within the next three months, approximately. Kind of assuming that all the other permitting and work plan approvals fall into place.
말씀 질문을 다시 한번 말씀드리겠습니다. 일단 그러면 오너가 12월 31일까지 그 펄크를 더 이상 사용할 수 없게.
Do you have plastics for it? I'm sorry, there's some background. Is that on Mr. Kim's end? You can mute his microphone if we need to.
네, 김 선생님 밖에 소리가 들리니까 잠깐 뮤트 해주시겠어요?
네, 잠깐만요.
왜냐면은
Mr. Lee, were you able to translate that last question and answer?
Yeah, when you rephrased it, I need to explain them again.
Okay. Did Mr. Kim say he was leaving?
He said just give us 1 minute. I think the customer came in or something like that.
Okay. While we're waiting for Mr. Kim, I just want to get an idea of how many questions other board members have for Mr. Gorman.
I had a couple, Madam Chair.
A couple.
I have a question as well.
And Ms. Peralta as well. Okay. I'm wondering if we should, Mr. Gorman, are you going to be around?
Yeah, I will make myself available.
Stay for the rest of the hearing?
Yep.
Board members, what's your pleasure? We're still waiting for Mr. Kim, but would it make sense we could take a break now and then come back with those questions? Lunch break
That's
now?
fine with me. Yeah.
That's fine with me too, because I've got at least 6 questions.
It sounds like there's a lot when I hold. Okay.
Okay, just 아가. Okay, I'll come back.
네, 선생님, 아까 했던 질문에 대해서 다시 설명드리겠습니다. 지금 오너가 얘기했던 거는 12월 31일 2020년까지 펄크 기계 사용을 금지해야 된다고 나와 있는데, 오너는 지금 최대한 빨리 오염을 막기 위해서 그 기계를 그만 쓰게 하기를 원하는데요. 한 3개월 안에 최대한 빠르게 하려고 하고 있다고 합니다. Okay.
Okay, thank you. I think we're going to take our lunch break now. During the lunch break, we do need to all check our email because we did receive that document, which we will mark when we come back, which should be the estimate that Mr. Kim testified to earlier. So why don't we take 50 minutes and come back at 12:40, about 12:40. Okay, you can all be back at 12:40. And again, please don't leave the meeting. But definitely, if you don't want us to hear what's going on where you are, please mute your microphone. I'll try to do it for everybody if they haven't. And you can also turn off your camera. So we will go off the record and come back at 12:40.
선생님, 12시 40분까지 런치 브레이크를 하고 다시 돌아와서 질문을 계속 받겠다고 합니다. 12시 40분에 끄지 않고 그냥 놔두셨다가 비디오하고 뮤트만 해두시고 다시 돌아오시면 됩니다.
Okay.
Alright.
Well, if you're present, I do want to start assembling so we could take down the hearing board is on a break so we can cue to everyone to come back in. I'm trying to figure out how we take down the hearing board is on a break sign so that everyone can reassemble because it is 12:40. Oh, that's it. I think we still are waiting for, well, I'm waiting for, is Madam Clerk available or back?
Julie, I'm here. My face is behind the clock.
Thank you, Paul. Also, I don't see, is Mr. Ali still in attendance or did we lose him?
Let's take a look.
It looks like he is gone.
Yeah, I don't see him at all.
No.
Okay. And nobody wanting to get in either.
Faye or El Teresa, are you there?
There he is.
Oh, okay. I was gonna write some. Okay, great.
Great.
Madam Chair, my screen will be black, but I'm here.
Okay. Okay, so I'm just making sure that, Miss Lee, are you back? Okay. And I'm just waiting for to make sure the clerks are present as well. Teresa, are you back? Faye?
I'll step out of the hall and take a look, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Paul. Oh, and also, are we missing Mr. Gorman, who we were asking questions of?
I'm here.
Oh, okay, I see. Ah, great. Okay, since we are now all back, when we left off, other board members had questions for Mr. Gorman on his testimony, and I believe Mr. Balagopalan had indicated first, followed by Ms. Verdugo Peralta, followed by Dr. Bernstein.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Gorman, oh, there you are. So PES Environmental was hired by Mardesh Company to do this in soil and groundwater analysis.
That's correct.
When was PES hired to do this?
I don't know the exact date. It was prior to the April sampling. Maybe a month or two before that.
And do you happen to know what triggered the the collection and doing the analysis?
I believe that the property owner just wanted to know if there was evidence of contamination on the site from the dry cleaning activities.
Okay. And you don't know the issues between the lease agreement with the property owner and the leasee?
No.
No. Now, from your report, has the groundwater been impacted?
Yes, there was a monitoring well installed, and there's a very low concentration of 1.4 micrograms per liter, which is below the MCL for drinking water.
But given time, will that increase, to your knowledge, based on the geological conditions over there?
I would not expect that to increase. It's
okay. What about the plume? Is it migrating to any groundwater source?
That has not been evaluated.
And could the way I was getting with, could the delay in mitigating and doing the cleanup make the situation worse? Affect the groundwater?
With regards to groundwater, I would not expect conditions to worsen in groundwater. But addressing the soil vapor concentrations, I think, should be the primary focus.
And that's around the perimeter of the dry cleaning facility?
Yes, correct.
Where you took the samples, basically?
Yes.
And then what are you? Do you know what kind of remediation, if something has been approved to carry on, what type of remediation that will be done there?
Typically for this type of site and these concentrations, soil vapor extraction technology is a common remedy. And basically that's applying a few extraction wells, applying a vacuum to those extraction wells, and kind of sucking from the subsurface through a carbon system.
To your knowledge, has there been an order from TTSC to do that?
There's not, no.
No. And yeah, I think you testified that until the source is not operating, that work cannot start. Is that correct?
Correct, yes. I know the property owner doesn't want to have to clean up the problem twice. If there's still potential for PC releases, it's a threat to successful remediation.
Okay, thank you very much.
Welcome.
Mr. Duco Peralta, you have questions?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you very much. Some of them were covered by my colleague, Mr. Balagopalan, so I'll go ahead and continue from there. Madam Chair, you said that we can ask a hearsay question. So I wanted to know if the owner, if their goal is ultimately to close down the businesses that are in that vicinity, piece of property that they own, so that they can totally remediate the entire area, not just the dry cleaner.
And it's if he knows.
Yeah, if you know.
No, that's not my understanding.
Okay.
I don't believe that's the intent.
So they're just looking to your knowledge right now, they're just looking at the dry cleaner location, correct?
Yeah, and it's not necessarily closing down the dry cleaning business there. It's just stopping use of PERC.
Right. Now, all of these tests that you did required that you go on site. So did you get permission from the dry cleaner owner or from the property owner?
The property owner gave us permission, and the property manager was also in contact with the operator, Mr. Kim, to notify him of the testing that was going to be performed.
Okay, and there was no problem with you getting on site and gathering the information? Correct. Okay. In looking at your report, it is almost like looking at a potential brownfield site. The fact that you're looking at the air, the water, the soil, and all of the contamination. And has that been a consideration? Are you planning on contacting EPA and looking at ultimately declaring this a brownfield site?
No, I don't think that would go, this property would go that route as a brownfield site.
So it's not to the level yet of that level of contamination that it would be a brownfield site, is that correct?
Yeah, I'm not sure that there's a specific threshold for levels of contamination for brownfields, or EPA Superfund site. I think.
Well, within the definition that the EPA has for a brownfield site, they are including dry cleaners. I don't know whether you are aware of that, and that is a concern for the future. As far as this owner is concerned. So
more for abandoned sites where there's not a
it doesn't necessarily have to be abandoned if it's already going in the direction of that level of contamination. So I noticed on here that the other agency that is involved is the LA County Fire Department Site Mitigation Unit. Okay, and what exactly is their role and how are they interfacing with you?
So we've been in contact with the, just abbreviated as SMU, since I believe it was back in April when we first received the results. And what they do is they provide oversight, approval of work plans.
Okay, thank you.
They provide investigation that may be required.
And do they have a copy of this report?
They do not have a copy of this memo. They have the April data and the work plan that proposed this additional multi-depth monitoring wells, which were installed.
are you going to be giving them this report?
Yeah, we're going to be providing them with a more detailed report. This is just kind of a brief memo for the purposes of this meeting, but the final report that will be going to the fire department will contain more information such as boring logs, permit, and potentially details for additional pilot study to look at remedial alternatives.
Will the AQMD be provided that report as well?
If it's requested, we'll happy to provide that.
Okay. And you said you have not contacted the EPA though, correct?
Correct.
All right. All right, those are my questions for the time being. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Bernstein, you had a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Gorman, for your public input today. Greatly appreciated. I wanted to try to put some things in perspective for myself. So you've done these type of evaluations for dry cleaners before, correct?
Yes, over 15 years.
Okay, perfect. And so the findings that are documented in your environmental study, are they typical of a dry cleaning facility, or are these atypical and absolutely abnormal?
I've seen worse and I've seen cleaner sites as well. So it's, I'd say it falls within the range of what might be expected at historical dry cleaner operations that have been operating for decades.
Okay, I'm sorry, you broke up completely. Can you just repeat what you just said? About that.
Yeah, so it's dry cleaning sites I've seen.
I apologize, but I just have noticed that Mr. Lee has not, that's my fault. Mr. Lee has not been translating. I want to make sure that Mr. Lee is translating. Can we start again with that question?
Summarize what I have so far and explain it to Mr. Kim and then go on from there.
Okay, yes, please.
네, 김 선생님 지금 이쪽에서 하는 질문이 저 골맨 씨한테 그 조사한 거에 대해서 계속 질문을 하고 있는데요. 첫 번째는 누가 이걸 의뢰를 했냐 했는데 프로퍼리 그 오너가 이걸 의뢰를 해서 시작을 했고요. 거기에 이제 토양이 오염됐다는 이야기가 있어서 그 조사를 시작하게 됐고 그 조사에 보니까 아까 말씀드렸던 것처럼 토양하고 그 물이 오염돼 있었고요. 그렇다고 해서 지금 아까 말씀드린 것처럼 그 계속 비즈니스를 진행을 할 때 그렇다면 이게 더 오염이 되느냐고 여쭤봤을 때 그렇지는 않은 것 같고 이게 빨리 계속 진행되는 것 같지는 않다고 합니다. 그래서 그 오너가 원하는 거는 그 펄크를 더 이상 사용하지 않기 위해서 이런 그 토양이 오염되니까 그걸 교체해달라는 거지 선생님 비즈니스를 클로즈하라는 얘기는 아니고요. 그 다음에 이런 조사가 계속 됐을 때 EPA라고 그 환경보호국에 이게 보고가 됐냐라고 또 질문을 했었는데 그것들은 보고가 되지 않았고요. 지금 이 토양 오염이 심해지고 그 주변에 오염이 심해지면 그걸 브라운필드 사이트라고 해서 지정을 하게 되는데 그것까지 아직 지정이 된 것은 아니고 이분도 아직까지 그 보고서를 그쪽에 제출한 것은 아닙니다. 그래서 지금 마지막으로 버런스타인 씨가 하는 질문은 지금 이 조사가 진행됐을 때 대부분의 다른 드라이 클리너를 조사해 봤을 때 비슷한 양의 오염도가 감출이 되느냐 하는 질문을 하셨습니다.
Thank you, Mr. Lee, for taking such good notes and for doing that interpretation, even though I neglected to go back and forth. So let's do it starting now with each question and answer. And Dr. Bernstein, if you can just repeat your last question.
Sure. I was just, my question was with regards to the subslab and soil vapor analysis, the abnormalities that have been documented in this study are not typical findings of evaluations performed on other dry cleaning establishments. Is that correct?
They are typical within the range of contaminant levels that I've seen at other dry cleaner sites.
So all right, hold on. I'm sorry.
Translate that first? Yeah.
All right, just try to clarify some computer stuff. So The comments,
Wait, just allow Mr. Lee to just interpret that.
oh, yeah, sure. Sorry, Mr. Lee.
That's okay. 말씀하신 것처럼 질문하신 게 그럼 거기서 환경 오염이 발견되는 것처럼 다른 곳에서도 이런 게 발견이 되냐, 특별히 더 높은 것이냐는 질문이었는데요. 특별히 더 높은 것은 아니고 다른 드라이 클리너도 조사해 보면 이 정도의 오염도가 발견된다고 합니다.
You may continue.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Lee. So what I'm trying to clarify, Mr. Gorman, is we have notations in the study that there are abnormal levels that are 100 times greater than the ESL, right, levels for PCE at this site.
Right.
That is atypical, correct, of when you evaluate dry cleaning sites. That is not a typical finding, is it not?
We often do see contamination at dry cleaning sites that have operated for a period of decades, such as this site. So, finding contamination, I wouldn't really say it's atypical. It's, but the levels that we see here fall within the range of what we might see at various dry cleaner sites.
May I just, before we go, if you can just, Mr. Lee, if you can translate that, and then I wanted to ask just a clarifying question to put everything in context.
Sure. 방금 전에 말씀드렸던 것처럼 저분이 다시 질문하셨습니다. 그렇다면 아까 100배 이상의 노출 농도가 나왔다고 했는데 그런 게 그러면 전혀 다른 것과 비교했을 때 이상한 것이냐 그렇지 않은 것이냐라고 질문을 하셨습니다. 그렇지만 이분이 조사하신 분이 말씀하신 바에 따르면 다른 곳에서도 10년 이상, 10년, 20년 선생님처럼 비즈니스를 운영한 곳에서는 이 정도의 노출 농도가 나온다고 합니다.
Mike, thank you. My clarifying question is, Mr. Gorman, your testimony today is not intended to demonstrate that Mr. Kim or the J. Ross Cleaners has been operating out of compliance with any rules up till the present, but rather simply to show that the site is contaminated as a result of PERC use over however many years, and just merely that the owners wish to clean it up. I just wanted to put it in, I want to put it in perspective and context so that we all understand that we're not taking this in for any other purpose to find violation or anything like that.
Yes, that's correct.
네, 지금 하신 질문은 이분이 지금 조사를 하셨는데 이분이 원하는 것은 선생님이 그 어떤 법에 어긋나게 다른 행동을 하셔서 오염된 게 아니라 지금 오너가 주변이 오염이 돼 있으니까 검사를 해달라고 요청을 했었던 거고 선생님이 어떤 법률을 위반해서 이렇게 됐다는 것을 반대로 증명하기 위해서 나온 것은 아닙니다.
Thank you. And I didn't mean to interrupt Dr. Bernstein if you have other questions.
That's okay, Madam Chair. I think I have enough clarification. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Gorman before we let him go? Mr. Balagopalan.
I'm good. Mr. Gorman, you wrote the letter or the memo on December 8th on behalf of the management company, correct?
Correct.
And it's their request that you provide that information?
Yes, that's correct.
And also to come and testify today?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
네, 지금 조사했던 그 보고서는요, 오너가 매니지먼트 회사에게 의뢰를 해서 12월 8일 날 보고가 된 보고서고요. 그것은 그쪽에서 의뢰해서 나오게 된 것입니다.
Mr. Ali, you had questions?
I'm just curious. I do understand public comment. I'm very familiar with the public providing testimony before governing authority, but Mr. Balakapone went back to the initial point. And I just, again, for clarity, is Mr. Gorman testifying as simply providing public comment, or is he testifying on behalf of the owners? Because
we may not say that. And the reason why we may not say that is because the owners are not a party. They have not been served in this hearing. So they're not required to appear. Also, they are not here to speak for themselves. So we're not taking them as an appearance. We don't want to have Mr. Gorman testifying for them. But you can ask, as Mr. Balagopalan did ask, whether they asked for him to come today. That's fair. But you can't ask, does he represent them and can he then speak on their behalf?
Okay.
Because they have not been subpoenaed.
Okay,
They've
very
not been brought in any way legally.
right. So we've spent a considerable amount of time relative to Mr. Gorman. Can we move on so that so the board can act? Because I think we clearly understand exactly what Mr. Gorman has said, but we've spent an inordinate amount of time relative to his testimony.
Okay.
And we said the same thing multiple times.
Okay. Every board member has the opportunity to ask questions for every piece of evidence that has been submitted to the board so that we all fully understand it in context with the 6 findings we need to make for a variance. So I believe it sounds like we're probably finished, but I want to make sure before we move on.
Finished, so we can move on because we've had Mr. Kim here Mr. Lee here. We've had the gentleman Lee as well as the other gentleman, Mr. Kim here for a considerable amount of time. And
yes,
as far as I'm concerned, we've spent an enormous amount of time on this various topic.
Thank you for that, Mr. Ali. I appreciate your input. However, when we have public comment and the public presents us with something like what was presented, the board needs to make sure it understands it fully.
Well, this is true, but the board just received the documentation today. The board
that is typical, Mr.
Right.
Ali, that is typical of public comment.
Hold on 1 second, Madam Chair. Give me the floor.
Yes.
And then when I'm done, then I'll yield to you.
Okay, sir.
The board received the information today. It is simply, if that's a practice, then perhaps we ought to receive information and we ought to move this meeting to a different day. But I'm sitting here trying to review documents that I'm just receiving. Mr. Kim is just receiving the documents. Mr. Lee is just receiving the documents. And then we're to render a perspective or an opinion. And then we're to have this colloquy with each public testifier, if you will. It's just a simple, in my opinion, it's an inordinate amount of time. And there has to be a certain way.
Mr. Ali, I believe you're picking up a lot more time.
I have the floor. Madam Chair, I have the floor. Thank you very kindly. I have the floor. Now, you've talked, and you've spoken all morning, and I've respected that, and I've been very quiet.
That's because I'm the chair.
And I understand that. I do understand that, but other people ought to have the floor as well. And just because you're the chair does not give you a sense of dictatorship or right to be verbose or loquacious. Other people have comments. I believe we ought to move forward. We could have moved forward hours ago.
Thank you. Okay, you've made your point. However, I will have one thing to say, Mr. Ali, and then I'm going to ask if any board members have additional questions for this witness. I'm going to tell you that this is the practice of the board because the board is under the Brown Act. The Brown Act gives the members of the public the right to address this board. When they do, now I'm going to finish. When they do address this board, just like any other piece of evidence, which generally, if you know the practices of this board, unfortunately, we do receive the day of the hearing quite often. It is our job to take the time we need to review it and to ask the questions that are pertinent to it. That I'm not going to entertain any more arguments. If you wish to question how this board operates, let's do that at the next general meeting of this board. During a hearing is not an appropriate time to question longstanding practices of the board.
Well, I believe I have the right to question whatever I like to question, because again, each board member has the right to raise an objection and or concern. But I believe that we've kept the gentleman here far long enough, and we ought to move forward. And the Brown Act also gives government officials an opportunity to hear the public redress government and for members of the governing authority to simply listen.
Okay, thank you for that. Members of the board, any other questions for Mr. Gorman?
I think you might want to give the opportunity for Mr. Lee to maybe translate what was going on. So
I don't honestly, I think it's irrelevant because that's the the functioning of our board. Has nothing to do with the evidence that is that we are accumulating during this hearing. Any other questions? And then we will move on as we were planning to do. Okay. I will ask for additional public testimony at the appropriate time. We took this out of order because I believe Ms. Lee had mentioned that she had some questions for Mr. Kim with regard to this document, but we wanted to have it introduced first. And so with that, I can't unmute. Mr. Kim, when Ms. Lee asks the questions, you'll have to unmute your microphone because I muted it, but I cannot unmute it.
선생님 언뮤트 해주시고요. 조금 이따 질문을 할 테니까 그거에 좀 답변해 주십시오.
네.
Okay. Ms. Lee, you have questions for Mr. Kim.
Yes, thank you. Actually, having heard the public testimony and Mr. Kim's responses to the board's questions, the district has no additional questions regarding Exhibit P1.
Okay.
P1에 관련해서 P1이라는 건 지금 이 사람이 제출한 조사 서류에 가는 건데요. 그것에 관해서 미스 리는 더 이상 그 보드를 대변해서 하실 질문이 없다고 하십니다.
Okay.
Thank you. Board members, any questions for Mr. Kim with regard to the new testimony that we just heard? Yes, Mr. Balagopalan.
And I do, but tell me if it's irrelevant and stop me, And I just wanted to ask a question I had earlier about the lease agreement with the land, the owner of the property. And Mr. Kim, I think your petition say you want to, your lease expires in another 2 years. Is that it?
네, 김 선생님, 2022년에 리스가 expire 된 게 맞습니까?
네, 맞습니다.
Yes, you're correct. It will expire in 2022.
And have you been in negotiation to extend the lease, or what is your plan moving forward?
네, 랜드로드하고 그 리스를 익스텐드 하려고 이야기가 있었나요? 아니면 어떤 계획을 갖고 계신가요?
팬데믹만 끝나면은 이야기를 할 수가 있죠. 거의 익스텐션 주는 건 아무 문제가 없어요. 랜드로드는 다른 기계를 넣어서 사용하는 건 아무 문제가 없다고 말했어요.
The landlord told me that as long as I replace the machine, there's no problem extending the lease. But then, as I told you before, the pandemic it has to end for me to consider the extension.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Kim?
Yes, I do have a question. My question is going to be relevant because my last comments were relevant. So let me simply say, Mr. Lee, why don't you ask Mr. Kim, because everything that he's pretty much said it's already pretty much in the 12 pages of documents. So we just keep asking the same questions over and over again. So
it becomes evidence when it's introduced.
I have the floor and I'm talking to Ms. Lee. Thank you.
Okay, your idea of having the floor, I am the, excuse me, Mr. Ali. Mr. Ali, I'm the chair and also the legal member.
Right, but if I have the floor, you do not have the right to cut me off. You have the right to respect me as a member of the authority. And I'm asking Mr. Lee a question. Thank you very kindly.
I'm explaining.
But I want to ask Mr. Lee a question. Thank you.
I'm explaining how evidence comes in.
I want to ask
board. It needs to come in.
I want to ask Mr. Lee a question. Thank you.
You are so out of order, Mr.
Thank you. Let me ask Mr. Lee a question, please. Let me ask Mr. Lee a question, please. I know you're the legal authority. I get that, but let me ask him a question. I can read too. So, Mr. Lee, page 7 of 12. Page 7 of 12 of the documentation that was submitted. Mr. Balakapon just asked a question. Now, it states, here's the question. Can you curtail or terminate operations in lieu of, or in addition to obtaining a variance? Please explain. He stated, plan is to terminate business operations at the end of year 2022 when current lease expires. So is it what was submitted Is the plan to terminate, period, not renegotiate whether or not a variance is approved? Here it states it's the plan to terminate. Is that the plan that Mr. Kim has? Or perhaps you can interpret and answer my question, please. Thank
Yes,
you.
sir. 김 선생님, 여기 18번 문제를 보시면 17페이지에 2022년에 더 이상 비즈니스를 하지 않고 비즈니스를 터미네이트 하겠다, 클로즈 하겠다라고 써 있는데요. 그게 현재 계획이십니까?
아까도 말씀드렸지만 팬데믹 상태에서 현재 매상대로 간다면 그때까지 비즈니스를 크로스할 수밖에 없는 거죠.
We spoke a little bit about it earlier, and
I'm sorry. I think we are missing Ms. Verdugo Peralta. Am I correct? Okay,
Yeah.
we're gonna have to stop and we're gonna have to hold that until we can find out what happened to Ms. Verdugo Peralta and when we lost her.
Madam Chair, you want me to hold the translation until he comes back?
Yes, please, because Ms. Verdugo Peralta will have to hear all the testimony and I don't know when we lost her.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Chair, she is trying to call in.
You went on mute, Al. Oh, did you mean to?
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. Yeah, she's trying to call in. She hasn't been successful just yet.
Oh, so we might have lost her a while ago, is that?
No, I think she just dropped off while Mr. Ali was speaking prior to his question, but I don't know how far in. So she's talking to the front desk, trying to get in. So I think she's going to try by phone. If you can just hold on just a
Yeah, but nobody's at the attendees right now. So.
Okay. Hi, Dr. Uh-huh. I don't think it's gonna work that way. I mean, you could hear, but they wouldn't be able to hear you. That's all that you need to do? Let me see. Okay. All right, let me see. Okay.
Yeah, if she called in, I can unmute her.
Okay. It's okay. All right.
All right. Oh, I'm so sorry about that. The internet went out and then I tried the 669 number and it didn't.
You are back. And I
Came
believe
back.
as far as testimony, I think you might have missed Mr. Ali's
Are
first.
you able to hear me?
Yes, can you hear us, Ms. Verdugo Peralta?
Hello?
Can you hear us?
Now I can.
Okay.
I don't know what happened. The internet went out and then I called the 669 number and it wasn't working either.
Okay, well, you are back and I believe you missed Mr. Ali's question. So Mr. Ali, if you could repeat the question and we'll have to start from there.
Okay.
I'm so sorry.
Thank you. So Ms. Verdugo Peralta, just the abbreviated version of the question is that, did you hear Mr. Balakapon's, did you hear his question about the renegotiation of a lease?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So my objective was to ask Mr. Kim via Mr. Lee. I referenced the document that the gentleman submitted, and it's page 7 of 12 of the document that the gentleman submitted to the authority. And he states, number 18, I won't read the question. I know you have it before you, ma'am. He states, plan is to terminate business operations at the end of 2022 when current lease expires. And so reading this, I'm under the supposition that he is going to discontinue business operations. So my question via Mr. Lee is, will he discontinue, or was that his plan? Mr. Belakapon asked, was he renegotiating? So I'm just trying to understand and establish the fact, is he going to go out of business? Pretty much what he submitted, or will he renegotiate, which that's not what he stated in his initial documentation.
Yes, and Mr. Kim's answer was that we spoke about it a little bit earlier about the issue. If the pandemic continues, there is no other choice than terminating his business by the end of his lease. But if the pandemic stops and then there's some kind of remedy to bounce back from his business, then he will consider the extension of his lease.
Got it. Thank you.
Does that answer your question, Mr. Ali?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Lee.
Did you have any other questions, Mr. Ali?
No, thank you.
Board members, any other questions for Mr. Kim? Okay. Mr. Kim, was there anyone else you wished to present as a witness or anything else you wish to present at this time?
네, 김 선생님, 뭐 다른 증인이라든가 다른 증거물 아니면 뭐 제출하시고 싶은 서류가 있으신가요? 더?
지금 말한 것이 다 새로 제출한 거나 마찬가지죠.
I think all the documents that I need to submit was submitted, and then my statement on this hearing summarized my position.
Thank you very much. Okay, Ms. Lee. You mentioned at the beginning of the hearing that you had two witnesses which you weren't planning to present but could be made available. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. We had not planned to affirmatively call any witnesses today because we don't believe testimony is required for the board's findings. But to reiterate, we have staff from compliance and enforcement, Mr. Mark Vondraw, and a staff member from engineering, Ms. Emily Chow.
Question I had is, which I had for the last hearing, I'd like to have in the record a statement of the general impacts of PERC and why it is that 1421 exists. Do you think it's a better idea to call Ms. Chow, or we could also reintroduce in this hearing the document that was introduced in the last hearing we had on 1421, which was the, what is it called? It's not the staff report, but it was the agenda item that was presented to the governing board.
Yes, that if we can reintroduce that report, I don't have it right in front of me.
And then finally, now that I think about it also, at the last hearing we had on 1421, we received evidence of what the emissions were from the particular machine at issue. So we know what excess emissions are so that we could do that weighing and balancing for our 6 findings. Would Ms. Chow be able to testify with regard to that, or another witness? Because I think we need to have that on the record as well.
Yes, Madam Chair. Ms. Chow was asked to do a tier 3 risk assessment. As we clarified at the last hearing, the excess emissions in this case are not a typical excess emissions, but it would be a toxic characterization.
Right, we did have total PERC pounds per hour, I think it was expressed in, based on that machine, which was a 2001. And I wonder if we had some estimate of what we would expect from this machine, which I understand to be a 1998 with 2007 upgrades or add-ons.
Sure, if it would help the board, we can bring Ms. Emily Chow forth to provide testimony about the health risk assessment according to the toxic characterization of PERC at this facility.
Thank you. I'd like to do that.
Ms. Chow, are you available?
Yes. Yes, I
Yeah.
am.
Great, thank you. Thank you for being on standby and for being available for today's hearing. Just to start, Ms. Chow, did you take the oath today?
Yes, I did.
Great, thank you. And for the record, can you please spell your name?
My name is Emily Chow, EMILYCHAU.
Thank you. And can you please state your position at South Coast Air Quality Management District?
My title is Air Quality Engineer too.
Thank you. And how long have you been at the district?
Almost 20 years.
Great. Now moving to the permits at issue with this facility.
Ms. Chow, did you take the oath today?
Yes, I did earlier.
And Mr. Lee, can you?
Thank you. Yes.
Sorry, can you translate so that Mr. Kim knows who Ms. Chow is?
Apologies.
예, 김 선생님, 지금 나와 있는 에밀리 차우라는 분은요, AQMD에서 에어 퀄리티 컨트롤을 담당하신 엔지니어세요. 그래서 펄크의 위험성이나 이런 거에 대해서 증언하시기 위해서 나와주셨습니다.
Okay.
I apologize. I'll try to remember to pause again for interpretation. Thank you. And Ms. Chow, have you reviewed the PERC machine permit for petitioner J. Ross Cleaners?
Yes, I did.
And can you please confirm the age of the J. Ross PERC machine based on permitting records?
The machine was manufactured and permitted in 1998, so it's almost 20 years now, 22 years. Sorry.
네, 질문은 선생님 기계에 대한 퍼미션이 언제 나와 있냐를 여기서 의뢰를 했었는데요. 1998년에 나와 있는 걸로 현재는 22년이 된 걸로 나와 있습니다.
And have you conducted a health risk assessment for PERC based on the J. Ross permit?
Yes, I have.
네, 그렇다면 건강 위험에 대한 위험성에 대한 조사를 하셨습니까?라고 질문했는데 조사를 했다고 대답했습니다.
Thank you. And can you please explain briefly the findings of that risk assessment?
All right. So based on the Tier 3 risk assessment and the permit per limits that the JROS provide, the estimate toxicity is around 8 in a million for cancer risk over the duration of 2 years.
Could you repeat the last part?
8 in a million.
8 in a million?
Yes, for cancer risk. And the study was over 2 years exposure or 2 years duration.
네, 그렇다면 그 평가에 대해서 어떤 평가가 있었냐고 얘기를 하셨는데요. 티어 3라는 평가가 있었고요. 위험성을 봤을 때 100만 분의 8 정도로 그 펄크에 노출돼 있었다는 결과가 나왔습니다.
Thank you. And to confirm, this assessment was done on a Tier 3, correct?
Correct.
네, 그래서 다시 한번 말씀드리자면 티어 3라는 평가를 통해서 이 조사가 진행됐습니다.
The district has no further questions for Ms. Chow. Thank you.
네, 더 이상 질문은 없습니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you. First, Mr. Kim, do you have any questions for Ms. Chow with regard to her testimony?
네, 김 선생님, 지금 증언을 하신 에밀리 차우에게 하실 질문이 있으십니까, 혹시?
없습니다.
Not at this point.
Okay. Board members, questions for Ms. Chow? Mr. Balagopalan.
Ms. Chow, her testimony that you did a Tier 3.
Yes, I did.
What program did you use?
Air Screen is an EPA program.
And what type of source did you use?
It's a point source.
Okay. Okay, students, you know, okay. Did you consult with anybody before doing the modeling?
Yes, I did. We did talk to our manager, our supervisor, my manager, and also modeling group at AQMD.
And they asked to use a point source instead of a volume source?
We did confirm that about point source.
Okay. All right. What about the excess emissions? Did you do a calculation on that?
Yes. So the emission from the PERC machine, based on our 30 days average, would be 0.92 pounds per day.
Okay. Why did you use 30-day average? I mean, what's the?
So I think that is the way we calculate the emissions. Based on the operation and the maximum that the permit allowed. So the permits allow 49 pounds per year. I mean, I'm
Gallons,
sorry,
you mean gallons,
gallons per year, and then translated it's going to be 4.08 gallons per month usage. And based on the operation rate of 5 hours per day, 5 days per week, and 52 weeks per year, it's translated into 750 pounds per week of cleaning, clothes cleaning. And then we calculated the PERC emissions and with the 50% control efficiency, the emission is after control is 0.92 pounds per day.
You did cancer risk. Did you look at the chronic and the acute?
Yes.
What are the numbers for those?
Okay, let me open it up quickly.
Madam Chair?
I have to open the file a little bit, so can you hold on a second?
Sure.
Can you give me a?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yes. We're just concerned about the translation. This has been a long period without translation.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Sorry about that.
That's why I'm waiting. What I'm open the file, you can translate it.
Yes. 교수님 지금 말씀드린 게 아까 말씀드렸던 것처럼 Tier 3라는 평가를 위해서 평가가 됐고요. EPA 폼을 사용했습니다. 그렇기 때문에 지금 이분이 그 조사를 하셨을 때 AQMD에 있는 매니저와 그 모델 그룹하고 같이 다 협약을 해서 이야기를 통해서 하셨고요. 거기서 얼마만큼의 펄크가 노출이 되는지 계산했을 때 30일을 기준으로 해서 이야기를 했는데요. 30일을 사용한 이유는 평균 기준치가 법에 의해 49갤론의 1년인데 1년에 49갤론 사용하게 돼 있는데 그것을 한 달로 나누면 4.08갤론이 되고요. 하루에 5시간씩 일주일에 5일을 그렇게 펄크 머신을 돌린다고 했었을 때 약 일주일에 750파운드라는 클리닝 매테리얼을 사용하시고 있는 건데 그걸 다시 계산해 보면 하루에 한 0.92 정도가 된다고 말씀하십니다.
All right. So Mr. Balagopan question regarding hazardous index, acute and chronic. I have a number. So HIA, which is hazardous index acute, which 1.25 10 to the minus 2. HIC is 7.07 10 to the minus 2. And because it's, the MICR is more than 1 part per million, the cancer burden has been calculated. And the cancer burden is 1.29 10 to the minus 2.
I'm sorry, I missed the hazard index for the chronic.
7.07 10 to the minus 2.
Okay. So they're, in all cases, they're less than 1.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Mr. Lee, I should stop.
Yeah.
위험성에 대해서 위험 인덱스를 가지고 있는데요. 거기서 말하는 번호가 좀 헷갈릴 수 있겠어요. 보니까 하나는 7.07 10의 마이너스 2승, 하나는 1.29 10의 마이너스 2승이라는 수치를 갖고 있는 건데요. 이 위험 인덱스가 있는데 거기에 대비해서 이 조사를 비교해 봤다고 합니다.
Okay, no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you, Ms. Chow, can you just tell us generally, since we don't have anything in the record, to your knowledge, what are the dangers to human health of PERC, to your knowledge?
I think we have more detail on that on the staff report on Rule 1421. So I would leave that for people to go to that and then study in detail.
Okay, we don't have that before us as evidence. Just let me, how about this? let me read to you because I want to make sure we have it in the record and we don't seem to have anything. I'm just going to read a couple of sentences from what we received in a different matter, also on 1421, and it was from the board agenda that was submitted to the governing board members when they adopted the rule. And if you could just tell me if it sounds like this is correct to you, right, based on your knowledge. The health impacts of PERC are to the central nervous system, eye and respiratory irritation, kidney and gastrointestinal system, liver. Does that sound like correct? Does that sound correct to you, to your knowledge?
Yes.
And I'll leave that for Mr. Lee to please translate.
네, 지금 하신 질문은 그렇다면은 펄크의 노출에 인간의 위험성은 어떻게 돼 있는 건가, 어떤 위험성이 있는가, 이게 룰 1421, 1421에 나와 있는 내용인데요. 거기에 나와 있는 것으로는 시신경에 손상을 줄 수가 있고, 그 다음에 내장 장기에도 손상을 줄 수 있다, 이렇게 나와 있다고 하는데, 그게 맞냐고 질문을 하셨습니다. 그러니까 에밀리 차우스가 맞다고 대답을 하셨습니다.
Thank you. And then just one other sentence. According to a number of international, federal, and state authoritative bodies, PERC is a possible/probable human carcinogen and contributes to both chronic and acute health impacts. Would you say that is a correct statement as well?
I agree.
Thank you.
네, 그리고 룰 142에 보면 국제나 연방 기관에 이야기한 것이 나와 있는데요. 펄크 자체가 몸에 해로운 물질이고 그게 큰 몸에 해를 끼칠 수 있다는 것에 대해서 동의하십니까? 라고 얘기를 했는데 에밀리 차우스가 동의한다고 말씀하셨습니다.
Thank you. Any additional questions for Ms. Chow? Yes, Ms. Verdugo-Peralta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Chow, when you stated that the estimated cancer risk was 8 in a million in a 2-year period of exposure, to a lay person, is that considered high or low?
Regarding our Rule 1401 is our current risk. The limit to issue a new permit for the 30 years average is 1 part per million for a facility. And if the facility has has 1 unit, it can be go to 10 2 part per million. And if the facility has the equipment has T-bag, which in this case this unit has, the limit is 10 part per million. So this one has 8, less than 10.
Thank you.
네, 지금 아까 노출 농도가 100만 분의 8이라고 이야기를 했는데 그게 그럼 많은 건지 적은 건지 보통 사람 잘 모르니까 설명을 해달라고 부탁을 했습니다. 그래서 말씀하시기를 지금 선생님 사용하신 펄크 기계에서 티백이 있는 경우에는 100만 분의 10까지가 허용치이기 때문에 100만 분의 8이라면은 허용치를 넘지 않는 기준이라고 말씀하셨습니다.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Mr. Balagopalan, you have additional questions. You are on mute.
Just a follow-up to the putting to evidence the fact that I think you're trying to establish that PERC is either it's a toxic contaminant. I wanted to ask Ms. Chow a quick question whether or regarding that. Ms. Chow, do you have your 1401 table with you?
Yes.
Can you look up the table and tell the board when the district, when PERC was added to the list as both for cancer and non-cancer, both for cancer, non-cancer, chronic, and acute, the year?
All right. Just on top of my memory, I will look at the.
Please look at the table if you can.
Okay.
Mr. Balagopalan, is this an easily answered question?
Yeah, I think I'm assuming she found the table. It's
We can take, you don't have to ask Ms. Chow that question. We can take judicial notice of what the rule says, if it says it in the table to the rule.
I happened to find it just now. So, all right. So for perchloride, right. So the effective date it was added to our table, our 1401 table is September 8, 1998 for cancer risk. Same date for chronic, and for acute, it was asked in August 13, 1999.
okay. Thank you.
질문하신 질문은요. 1401 인덱스라는 인덱스를 보면은 퍼크가 왜 위험 물질이고 암을 유발할 수 있는지 언제 이게 효과를 발휘하도록 거기에 더해졌나라고 질문을 하셨는데요. 그 인덱스를 보게 되면은 9월 8일 1998년에 그게 거기에 포함되었다고 합니다.
No further questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Ms. Chow? Okay. And Ms. Lee, no other witnesses, correct?
That's correct. No further witnesses. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Then at this time, I just we never marked the document that was sent over by petitioner, which is the estimate that the petitioner received. It's dated February 17th, 2020. And we're going to mark that exhibit as exhibit number 1 for petition.
네, 아까 보내주신 에스티메이트를 증거물 자료 채택한다고 하겠습니다. Exhibit 1이라고 할게요. 증거물 자료 1.
Okay, so at this time, I'm going to ask if there are any other members of the public who wish to be heard on this matter. And if you do, and if you are on today's webcast, well, if you're on today's Zoom call, please either virtually raise your hand by pressing the raise hand sign that you see below the button, or it's also, if you're on a phone, it's also available on the screen, or by turning on your microphone and indicating, or otherwise indicating that you wish to be heard at this time. Okay, I see no other members of the public who wish to be heard. Given that, I'm going to turn Mr. Kim to you if you wish to give us any kind of additional closing statement at this time.
네, 김 선생님 마지막으로 히어링을 끝내기 전에 하시고 싶은 말씀이 있으시면 하실 기회를 드리겠습니다. 언뮤트 하셔야 됩니다. 안 들리거든요. 언뮤트 하세요.
네, 지금 미세스 추가 말씀한 것이 하루에 5시간씩 한 달 30을 하면은 150시간을 클리닝을 하는데, 현재 제 상태는 일주일에 2번, 그러니까 5시간씩밖에 클리닝을 못 해요. 그러면 한 달에 20시간밖에 사용을 안 하는 거라고요. 그런데 미스레스 추가 말한 건 150시간을 줬는데 저는 20시간밖에 사용을 안 해요. 그마침 퍽 사용량이 없다는 거죠.
네, 알겠습니다. Ms. Chu told us that her report was based on 5 hours, 5 days a week of the usage of the PERC machine. But Mr. Kim is saying that under the condition of the pandemic right now, he only uses about 20 hours a week. So the report
No. That's a month.
20 hours a month he's talking about.
Yeah.
So he said 150 hours, about 150 hours a month, but now actually he's only using 20 hours a month.
Thank you, Mr. Kim.
Thank you.
Ms. Lee, your closing statement, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board, and thank you, Mr. Kim, for coming before the board today. We understand that many businesses have suffered and continue to suffer serious financial hardship as a result of the pandemic. For the purposes of today's petition, petitioner has not met his burden to establish that eligibility for a variance. As the board has heard, it was not beyond Mr. Kim's reasonable control to comply with Rule 1421 by December 31st and in discontinuing use of his PERC machine. Mr. Kim testified that he knew of this rule for 15 years. He also testified that his machine is more than 20 years old. And while Mr. Kim's business is down, it seems that he does not intend to replace the machine with a non-PERC compliant machine. We want to applaud Mr. Kim for the curtailment efforts he testified to, stating that he was trying to divert some clothes to the wet cleaning machine when possible. And we thank Mr. Kim for his responsiveness to the questions presented today. But I'm sorry, I didn't give time, but let me just have one more sentence and I'll allow you to interpret, Mr. Lee. But as Mr. Kim has not put forth evidence of a reasonable path to compliance, the district remains opposed to this request.
네, 지금 현재 팬데믹 상태 때문에 많은 비즈니스들이 어려움을 겪고 김 선생님도 어려움을 겪고 계시는 걸 잘 알고 있습니다. 하지만 지금 룰 1421에 따르면 12월 31일까지 그 펑크머신을 없애야 됐고, 그 다음에 선생님이 15년 전에 이미 이것을 알고 계셨고, 그 다음에 그 기계가 20년 가까이 된 기계라는 것을 감안했을 때 선생님이 이 룰을 어떻게 따라서 이것을 교정해야 되고 비즈니스를 운영해야 될지 할 수 있는 기간과 합리적 노력이 없었기 때문에 아직 보드에서는 그것을 지금 베리언스를 허가하는 것을 원치 않는다고 말씀하십니다. 지금 너무나 어려웠던 걸 또 알고 아까 선생님 말씀하신 것처럼 펄크 머신을 사용했던 것들을 웹 머신으로 돌려서 그쪽으로 더 많이 사용을 하시려고 했다는 노력에는 감사드리지만 지금 보드의 입장은 베리언스를 반대한다는 입장이 있습니다.
Thank you. Board members, what I'd like to do is share my screen so that we can bring up the 6 findings that we need to frame our discussion. So give me a moment.
Madam Chair, if I go off camera once again, I am in attendance. I am just off camera.
Should we take a break, Dr. Bernstein, because now we're going to enter deliberations?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yes, you need a break before deliberations?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, how long would you like?
5 minutes.
Okay, we're off the record for 5 minutes. When we come back, can everyone see that, by the way, that share? Health and Safety Code 2352. Okay, we're gonna go off the record for 5 minutes and come back on. We're off the record.
네, 합의를 해서 오프 레코드를 5분 동안 잠깐 임시 휴정하겠습니다.
예, 오케이.
Okay, since I share my screen, I can't see if everyone's back. Is everyone back?
Let's see. I can look.
Make sure all members of the board are back. Okay. Okay.
Ms. President, before, did we give Mr. Kim an opportunity to do his closing?
Yes,
Okay, sorry.
that's okay. Okay, sorry if I can see. Okay, so I see Ms. Verdugo-Peralta. Mr. Ali is back. I am back. Dr. Bernstein is back. Okay. Okay. Okay, just because it's really important that we frame our discussion and deliberation on what is necessary and really hone it in. Recall, first of all, that these findings need to be based on evidence. And just a reminder for all board members that a petition, while it frames the case, is not evidence. Evidence comes in the form of testimony and documents that are admitted in as evidence or sworn testimony. These are the 6 findings we need to make today, and I'd like to walk through it with my fellow board members. Let me just go through them, and then I can stop the share screen so we can all see each other. We have to make our 6 findings. Number 1, that there will be a violation. Number 2, the beyond reasonable control, as well as an arbitrary or unreasonable taking of property. And as far as that's concerned, going now to Health and Safety Code 42352, we have the extra considerations that we are required to consider. One being, and I've highlighted them in bold, the hearing board shall consider actions taken by the petitioner since the adoption of the rule, regulation, or order from which the variance is sought, And as we've heard, 1421 was amended with the deadline of December 2020 in 2002. Also, with regard to a small business, when we're looking at beyond reasonable control and an arbitrary or unreasonable taking of property, we're looking at, we made specific inquiries and taking into account reasons for any claimed ignorance of the requirements and the rule, and also the extent to which the petitioner took reasonable actions to comply, making specific inquiries into and taking into account the petitioner's financial and other capabilities to comply. The third finding, of course, is that the closing or taking would be without a corresponding benefit in reducing air contaminants. The fourth finding being that there was consideration to curtailing operations in lieu of obtaining a variance. Also, a reduction in excess emissions to the maximum extent feasible, and monitoring during the period of the variance. So these are the 6 findings we need to make, and I'm going to stop my share. Okay, and I am happy to begin the discussion, and I think we can probably go one at a time, and that way we can all be part of the deliberation. Finding number 1, I think is without, I don't think there's any question that the petitioner, J. Ross Cleaners, will be in violation of Rule 1421 as of January 1st, 2021, because at this point, they will not have a non-PERC machine in operation. So as long as they continue in operation, they will be in violation. So that first finding can be made. Anyone have any thoughts on the first finding other than that? Okay, thank you. With regard to the second finding, I think that's probably where we'll spend a lot of our time in discussion.
Madam,
oh, yes.
I'm sorry, we need the translation.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I keep forgetting. Thank you for reminding me, Madam Clerk.
네, 지금 하시는 이야기는 이 결정을 내리기 위해서 어떤 요소들을 참조해야 되냐라고 말씀하셨는데 너무 길기 때문에 아까 요약해서 말씀드리면 6가지를 일단 판단하신다고 하는데 첫 번째가 violation, 위반에 대한 것인데요. 그래서 일단은 계속 선생님이 그 기계를 사용하고 계시니까 1월 1일이 될 때까지 사용하고 계시면 위반이 된다는 것은 어쩔 수 없다고 생각하는데 다른 의견이 있는 사람들에 대해서 물어보셨는데 아무도 말씀이 없으셨고요. 두 번째는 그렇다면 선생님이 이것들을 법에 따르기 위해서, 룰에 따르기 위해서 어떤 합리적인 노력을 하였나에 대해서 이제 이야기를 하실 텐데 그것들에서 가장 많은 시간을 소비하시게 될 겁니다.
Thank you, and I apologize. I will definitely make sure to take more pauses.
As long as you finish after each question, then I could translate.
It seems you're taking great notes. We really appreciate the efficiency with which you are translating. Board members, I'm having a very difficult time making the finding with regard to beyond reasonable control, largely for the reasons that Ms. Lee mentioned, both in her opening and in her closing once again. And in particular, Mr. Kim clearly stated that he has known about this rule for 15 years. And we are required to consider that. Just because he knew about it doesn't mean he didn't have a plan to come into compliance by 2020, which would have meant he had to do it years ago. However, I did not hear today any real plan for compliance. We did, to be fair, see exhibit number 1, which is an estimate that was received in mid-February before the pandemic. And so there were definite attempts to at least find out, how much a machine would cost and taking the first initial steps. But other than that, there were no efforts to attempt to procure grant money or financing or to consult with the district to find out how during this pandemic they could comply, the petitioner could comply. And I understand that currently there are financial issues. However, there's no commitment at all or plan to even moving forward to try and come into compliance. And I think it creates an unfair advantage over those who have spent that time and that money to come into compliance. And so I'm having a really hard time with beyond reasonable control. And I'll pause there, let Mr. Lee translate, and then move on for others to chime in on their thoughts.
네, 마담 체가 말씀하시는 거는 지금 아까 미스 리가 말씀하셨던 것처럼 선생님이 일단 오랜 기간 빚을 하셨고 아까 이 펄크 머신이 2021년이 되면 사용할 수 없다는 걸 이미 15년 전에 알고 계셨지만 거기에 합리적인 노력을 했나에 대한 의구심을 갖게 되는 건데요. 아까 보내셨던 그 에스티메이트를 받은 그 기록을 잘 받았습니다. 그래서 선생님이 아무 노력을 하지 않으신 건 아니지만 지금 아까 말씀하셨던 것처럼 뭐 팬데믹이 끝나지 않으면 더 이상 그것을 구입해서 사용하지 않을 것이다. 그리고 어떤 그 경제적인 도움을 받더라도 그랜트를 받거나 아니면은 뭐 은행에서 론을 받아서라도 그런 그 기계를 새로 바꾸실 만한 계획이 없다고 말씀하셨기 때문에 똑같이 힘든 상황에서 다른 클리너들은 이 룰에 따라서 이것을 바꾸고 하고 있기 때문에 그렇게 되면 선생님에게만 특별한 페이버를 드리는 것 같아서 그것이 지금 망설여지는 이유 중에 하나라고 말씀하십니다.
Board members, additional thoughts on beyond reasonable control? Anyone else have thoughts? Mr. Balagopalan.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. I think to make that finding it was beyond his reasonable control it's a tough one. He knew about the deadline. I think he was with the association, and I think most dry cleaners knew he was as we found out he was inspected in 2019. He was informed then, and subsequently, to his credit, he started looking into it in February, and then unfortunately COVID hit, and he made a business decision to buy the compliant unit, and instead decided to ride out probably the COVID, but then the pandemic didn't go away, kept hit. We had the second wave, the third wave, and we don't know what's going to happen. Hopefully everything by early spring next year will settle down, but he has not purchased it. He's not put in a purchase order for it. He has no plans right now to bring it in. I mean, what the impression I get is he's got a 2-year lease. He wants to write out the lease, continue to use the PERC machine. But as we all know, that this is a toxic and contaminant, causes cancer, also has acute and chronic impacts, and not only for the people who work there, but the surrounding area. And we also have heard public testimony that there is contamination of the ground water, maybe not to exceed the MCL levels, but still there's contamination of the soil, and that has to be remediated as soon as possible. But regardless, so he knew about it. I think he made a business decision, rightfully so, because of the cash flow, but that doesn't excuse him of not coming to compliance. And I think you pointed out the disparity, because the number of cleaners who knew about this and actually took early action or have purchased the units and are going to be in compliance by the end of the year.
네, 미스터 발라코팔란 씨가 말씀하시는 거는 아까 마담 체어가 말씀하신 얘기와 비슷한 것입니다. 일단 선생님이 어떤 비즈니스 결정을 내려서 사지 않으시기로 한 것은 맞는 거고요. 지금 상당히 어려움을 겪으시는 걸 잘 알고 있습니다. 하지만 이미 선생님이 이것을 이전 한참 전부터 알고 있었고, 아까 보여주신 것처럼 새로운 기계, 코로나가 터지지 않았다면 새로운 기계를 구입하시려고 하는 시도를 보긴 했지만 그 이후에는 어떤 것도 하시지 않고 어떤 도움을 받아서도 기계를 구입하실 의사가 없으셨기 때문에 보기에는 2년 남은 리스 동안 그냥 이 기계를 사용해서 잘 안 되면 그냥 비즈니스 클로즈를 하는 것 쪽으로 가시는 느낌을 받았고, 아무래도 뭐 내년 봄 정도 되면은 코로나가 나아질 수 있겠지만은 현재로는 장담할 수 없는 상태이죠. 그리고 지금 그 기계에서 사용되는 펄크가 나오는 것 때문에 주변의 오염도가 심각해지기 때문에 지금 이것은 저희가 간과할 수 없는 문제이고, 아까도 말씀드렸지만 다른 클리너들도 역시 힘들지만 어떻게 해서라도 새로운 기계를 교체하고 있기 때문에 선생님에게만 특권을 드리는 수는 없다고 생각합니다.
Thank you. Ms. Verdugo-Peralta, you indicated you have thoughts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with both of my colleagues, but let me state first, and I'll probably have to do this every time because we have new owners that are coming before us regarding 1421. As my colleagues know, I worked very hard when I was a governing board member on this particular rule to ensure that small businesses were not going to be harmed by the rule and that we could find in good faith that both sides could work something out, give the dry cleaner owner a lot more time. And I worked especially with the Korean Dry Cleaner Association, since they are the majority owners in this industry. And I was ensured at that time that giving them 18 years would be more than sufficient for them to come into compliance. Yes, we've had a lot of them do that. However, I agree that in this case, I have not seen an effort to come into compliance, to try and figure a path to compliance. And it's not the district's responsibility to ensure that Mr. Lee has a retirement. And he wants to stay in business for another 2 years and expose not only himself and his employees, but everybody else around him. And PERC is a carcinogen. And the health effects, are just too dangerous for us to allow 2 more years of his utilizing that piece of machinery. He has stated himself that he doesn't see a business case for him to even purchase a new machine that is not with PERC. And the fact that he even stated it in number 18 of his petition that he ultimately wants to sell. So why would he then invest that much money into a machine that's going to be over $50,000, obviously? And even if he were to be fortunate enough to get a grant from the district or even a loan, I'm not sure that a bank would give him a loan based on the status of his business right now. So therefore, I can't make that finding either. It's unfortunate. I really don't want to see this occur, but I don't think that we have a choice in this when you're weighing what the health effects would be versus keeping a business afloat. I just don't see that value. Thank you.
일단 버디고 퍼라타 씨가 말씀하시는 것은 그 법률 1421이 제정됐을 때 그 법률을 제정하는 데 도움을 주셨던 분 중에 하나가 버디고 퍼라타 씨입니다. 그래서 캘리포니아에서 많은 한국 분들이 클리너의 주인으로 계시기 때문에 버디고 퍼라타 씨가 많은 한국인 클리너 주인분들하고 이야기를 하셨고 그때 당시에 18년이라는 시간을 주면 충분하다고 생각했는데 아직까지도 그렇게 되지 못한 점에 대해서 좀 안타깝습니다. 그리고 지금 현재 비즈니스 상황으로 봤을 때 선생님이 2년 후에 지금 팬데믹이 계속되거나 아니면 이렇게 비즈니스가 슬로우하면은 팔 것이다. 그리고 만약에 팬데믹이 없었어도 기계를 교체하고서 2년 후에 끝날 때쯤에 이것을 팔 계획이었다고 하셨는데요. 그렇다면 현재 지금 말씀하시는 것처럼 비즈니스가 잘 돌아가지 않는데 어떻게 향후에 기계를 교체할 거며 교체하시려고 은행에다가 이야기를 해도 비즈니스를 베이스로 해서 론을 주는 거기 때문에 론을 받으시기가 상당히 어려울 것으로 보입니다. 그래서 상당히 안타까운 일이지만 이 물질은 상당히 인체에 해로운 물질이고 지금 2년을 더 진행된다면 선생님도 거기에 노출돼 있고 그 주변 사람들도 거기에 노출되기 때문에 비즈니스를 오픈하거나 닫는 거의 문제도 상당히 중요하지만 그것과 인간에 미치는 해로운 영향을 양쪽에 놓고 비교할 수는 없는 문제라고 생각해서 지금 어쩔 수 없이 이런 결정을 내려야 될 것만 같다고 생각합니다.
Thank you. Dr. Bernstein, you wanted to be heard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. All points well taken by my colleagues. It is in fact a very difficult time given the effect on small business with the pandemic. However, we're not just talking about a small time frame. Mr. Kim himself has stated that he was aware of Rule 1421.
Your microphone is cutting out. It does that sometimes. Just try to speak louder and closer.
Okay. Mr. Kim has given testimony today that he was aware of Rule 1421 approximately 15 years ago. In addition, it has been noted that the machine he is currently working has outlived its life cycle and that is 22 years old. There has been no discussion today or evidence entered that there's been any attempt at compliance whatsoever. And there's been multiple times it has been reiterated that Mr. Kim intends upon closing his business in 2022. And so therefore, given the points that have been made previously and the additional comments that I've made, I do not believe that this particular finding of beyond reasonable control can be met. Thank you.
네, 저도 제 동료들이 하신 말씀에 동의를 합니다. 지금까지 어려움을 겪고 있고 지금 팬데믹 때문에 많은 작은 기업들 그리고 여러분이 사실 스몰 비즈니스가 많은 타격을 받고 있는 걸 알고 있지만 아까 말씀드린 것처럼 선생님은 이미 15년 전에 이것에 대해서 알고 계셨고 충분히 시간을 갖고 계셨다고 생각합니다. 그리고 2년 후에 비즈니스를 클로즈를 하거나 아니면 다시 팔고 리타이어 하실 생각을 하고 계셨는데 그렇다면 이것에 대해서 어떤 합리적인 노력을 하셨는지 저희가 이번 히어링에서는 찾을 수가 없어서 저도 부득이하게 안 된 일이지만 지금 저희 동료들이 반대하는 입장을 가지고 있는데 그것에 동의합니다.
Thank you. Any other thoughts on beyond reasonable control finding? Okay. Let's move on because I think that even though it seems a majority of the board is unable to make one of the 6 findings, I think we should at least discuss the other findings as well, just to make sure we are complete in our discussion. So the next part of that finding would be an arbitrary or unreasonable taking of property. And board members, my feeling on this goes back to the words arbitrary or unreasonable. I think it's beyond question that denying a variance today would create a very bad hardship in terms of loss of profits and probably customers for Mr. Kim and for J. Ross Cleaners. However, I don't believe it is arbitrary or unreasonable. And I do think, as Mr. Kim has stated, a lot of business, unfortunately, has already been lost due to the pandemic. That's not the doing of this board or denial of a variance. But also, again, it's not unreasonable taking a property, or it's not something that was beyond his reasonable control, and thus it's resulting in an arbitrary or unreasonable taking. He had the opportunity and ability, and so did J. Ross Cleaners, to avoid any taking by taking just the proper steps that were necessary to come into compliance. And this board has been reasonable and flexible in terms of petitioners who have come before us who have made real attempts to come into compliance, but need a little more time. But given that there has not been any attempt, I don't believe that the resulting taking, or I won't call it a taking, the resulting losses would be an arbitrary or unreasonable taking of property. So I don't believe I can make that finding either.
네, 그리고 일단 이 베리언스가 허가되지 않는다면 선생님의 그 비즈니스에 큰 타격을 주고 여러 가지 문제가 일어날 것으로 잘 알고 있습니다. 하지만 저희가 이야기하는 것은 그렇게 결정하는 것이 불합리하냐 아니냐에 대한 문제인데요. 불합리하다고는 생각하지 않습니다. 왜냐하면 선생님이 그 전에 이미 많이 알고 계셨고 오랜 기간 동안, 그리고 어떻게 교정하겠다는 상세한 계획을 제출하셨다면 조금 더 시간을 드리고 그것에 대해서 움직이는 유연성과 합리적인 시도를 저희도 했기 때문에 지금 여기서 그 반대의 결정이 내려진다고 하더라도 그게 불합리하다고 생각은 하지 않고, 지금 이 불행하게도 코로나 시대에 그 팬데믹 때문에 많은 스몰 비즈니스들이 문을 닫고 있는데 선생님의 비즈니스가 그렇게 문을 닫기 원하는 건 아니지만 지금 보여주신 시도에 의하면 저희가 그런 결정을 내리는 데에서 이게 불합리한 결정이라고 생각하지는 않습니다.
Other thoughts on that part of the finding? Ms. Verdugo-Peralta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with you for the fact that he had, at minimum, per his own words, knowledge of the upcoming deadline for 15 years. And in that 15 years, as we have discussed before, he did not create a path to compliance. There was no, other than the evidence that we have of the estimate for these two pieces of machinery. Other than that, there's no evidence that he was planning to go out of business in these 2 years. And 2 years is just too long for us to give him a variance for this and for the public to be exposed to the perk for that amount of time.
네, 저도 마담 차의 말에 동의를 합니다. 왜냐하면 지금 선생님의 말씀하신 선생님의 말 그대로라면 15년 전부터 이 룰에 대해서 알고 계셨고 충분한 시간을 갖고 계셨는데 그때까지 준비하지 못한 것이 첫 번째 이유이고요. 아까 보내주셨던 에스티메이트는 갖고 있지만 아까 말씀하셨던 것처럼 2년 후에 이 비즈니스를 어차피 팔 생각을 하시고 있었기 때문에 지금 이것을 다른 곳들은 그 전에 아니면 또 이런 상황에도 계속 교체하고 있는데 선생님에게만 그런 특혜를 드릴 수는 없다는 것이 저희 입장입니다. 그리고 2년이라는 시간은 이런 노출의 위험되긴 너무나 긴 시간이라서 그 신청하신 베리언스를 반대하는 것입니다.
Thank you. Any other thoughts on that before we move on to the next finding? Mr.
Yeah.
Ball?
Yes. Sorry, let me see if I'm muted. Yes. If this was not a toxic contaminant, we could rationalize and say, okay, it's only less than a pound that was estimated we were given of excess emission, which is not even a VOC in this case. It's a VOC, but it's not a reactive hydrocarbon. Does not perk. But the fact is, it is a toxic contaminant, and so the benefit, I think, to the community by not operating it because it causes cancer, it also has acute and chronic health impacts to those who are exposed to it in the those customers and as well as folks nearby. So I, while there's harm to the petitioner in by not granting the variance, I think it does not outweigh the benefit.
So you've moved on to the third finding. And then
Yeah, maybe I'm thinking, yeah.
And that's fine. And that's a good place to start that discussion. But
네, 그래서 말씀드린 것처럼 그 위험 물질은 암을 유발할 수도 있고 고질병을 유발할 수도 있고 많은 질병들을 유발할 수 있는 물질이기 때문에 그것에 노출되도록 그냥 계속 2년이라는 시간 동안 놔둘 수가 없었기 때문에 이것에 반대 입장을 표명하는 거고요. 비즈니스를 오픈하는 것과 선생님은 물론 어려우시겠지만 그 많은 사람들을 거기에 노출시키는 위험성을 양쪽에 놓고서 그 무게를 잴 수는 없다고 생각합니다.
I just I wanted to put a period on something. I recently had the fortune of viewing in beta. The Air Resources Board is coming out with a new training on the 6 findings for a variance or on a variance. And as to this finding, beyond reasonable control and resulting in an arbitrary or unreasonable taking of property, they had this to say, which I thought put it in perspective. It is a tough burden to overcome. And the reason why is because there is no right to pollute. There is no inherent right to go beyond the rules of the district, and there is no inherent right to a variance. And so while it may be a hardship to some to comply with rules, and in this case, maybe there will be a hardship, and we are definitely we care about that and have concerns about that. But it takes a lot to override or to show that that is beyond reasonable control, that it is the fault of not getting a variance to which someone does not automatically have a right that would result in that kind of a burden to someone. So I just wanted to put it in that perspective as well, and just for all the reasons, just underscore that it was very difficult for me to make that finding. So I cannot for all those reasons.
네, 다시 말씀드리지만 비즈니스가 지금 어려운 상태에서 이런 결정을 내리는 건 상당히 어렵다고 말씀드리겠습니다. 저희도 그렇게 하고 싶지는 않지만 그 위험성에 대해서 얘기를 했을 때 아까 말씀드린 것처럼 어떤 그 노출에 대한 위험성과 비즈니스를 오픈하는 것에 무게를 잴 수는 없는 것이고 지금 저희가 이렇게 결정을 내릴 수밖에 없는 것이 합리적인 결정에 의해서 이루어진다는 것을 말씀드리고 싶습니다. 그 전에도 많은 기회가 있었고 다른 클리너들도 그렇게 해왔기 때문에 그렇게 해서 선생님한테 특권을 드릴 수 없었고 그런 노출의 위험성이 너무 길기 때문에 2년이라는 시간 동안 다시 선생님에게 이것을 계속해서 펄크를 사용하게 해드릴 수 있는 것은 그 저희가 갖고 있는 가치관과 너무 다르다고 생각합니다.
Okay,
if I may add, actually, I know I jumped to the third one, but I think we also have testimony that Mr. Kim has transitioned to more wet cleaning. So, and maybe, that's might be, we don't know if that's going to be enough to sustain him, but at least he has that business, a viable business still in operation. So this might not necessarily shut him down. We don't know, but he has increased from 10%, we had now about 50% towards wet cleaning.
Thank you for that. And we'll discuss that a little more also in curtailment, which I think that's a good point to raise. But moving on to the third point, I think as far as I'm concerned, Mr. Balagopalan has stated it succinctly. I know Ms. Verdugo Peralta has mentioned it when when you were discussing beyond reasonable control with regard to it would not be without a corresponding benefit in reducing air contaminants, given that it's PERC. Any other thoughts on that before we move on from finding 3? Okay. And Mr. Balagopalan, you just started discussing this, but I don't believe I can make the finding that that actually the petitioner gave consideration or enough consideration to curtailing operations in lieu of obtaining a variance. And again, variance is your last resort and it's not a right. So I do, and just like Ms. Lee stated, I think every member of this board, and I certainly speak for myself, appreciates the attempts to move to wet cleaning and to move from 90%, 10% to 50-50. But I don't think that Mr. Kim had mentioned that, he just knows that a lot of dry cleaners are going out of business, but really didn't look into perhaps sending that dry cleaning until he could come into compliance off the premises and staying open and doing it that way. That is still an option that could be done. I'm sure it would mean less money during a very difficult time, but it is another path to compliance.
네, 아까 선생님이 말씀하셨던 것처럼 펄크를 사용하는 비율이 90%고 웬머신을 사용하는 것이 10%라고 말씀하셨는데 그쪽으로 웬머신으로 많이 옮기셔서 현재는 50대 50 정도 된다고 말씀하셨습니다. 그런 노력에 감사를 드리지만 아까 말씀드렸던 것처럼 물론 찾아오는 손님을 다른 곳으로 보내서 그것은 펄크 기계를 사용하지 않고 다른 쪽으로 보낸다는 건 어려운 일이고 손해를 보신 일이라는 건 잘 알고 있습니다. 그렇지만 이렇게 베리언스를 신청해서 허가를 받는 것은 마지막 선택이지 권리가 아니라는 것을 말씀드리고 싶습니다. 그래서 선생님이 하신 노력은 감사히 말씀을 드리고 싶고 앞으로도 그런 쪽으로 더 옮겨서 정 안 되면은 웹 클리닝 쪽으로 집중을 하시는 게 좋지 않겠나. 그렇게 하신다면 비즈니스를 꼭 닫을 이유는 없지 않나라고 생각하고 있습니다.
Any other thoughts on curtailment and the fourth finding? Okay. As to the fifth finding, I think we all acknowledge the attempts to reduce excess emissions by moving to wet cleaning. Perhaps that could be made, but I do think that the maximum extent feasible would be to find a path to compliance, which has not been found. Any other thoughts on that finding? Okay. And then finally, oh, I'm so sorry.
말씀하신 것처럼 아까 웹 클리닉 쪽으로 많이 옮겨가신 거는 잘 알고 있고 너무 감사드리지만 그게 충분한 노력이었는지는 저희가 판단하기는 어렵다고 생각합니다. 그렇기 때문에 지금 그쪽으로 많이 하신 노력을 알고 있지만 어쩔 수 없이 이런 반대적인 입장을 표명하고 있습니다.
Did I ask any other thoughts on that? Okay, and then the final finding, I don't believe we gathered enough evidence on it, but being as we can't seem to, as a board, make the rest of the findings, usually monitoring would be part of conditions. Mr. Balagopal.
Yeah, I wanted to make a comment here, though. This is the second time I've got testimony from district engineer, and I think we need to get a little bit more robust emission calculation and modeling. You don't do, I mean, this is my opinion, so you don't do tier 3 modeling using for a dry cleaner as a point source. You do it as a volume source. We heard testimony that is modeled as a point source. And then you don't do 30-day average to calculate excess emission. That's for offset purposes only. So I think because we're going to have many more cases coming where we will be asking excess emission, I think I would strongly recommend that a more succinct calculation of methodologies outlined and maybe even provided, for each case, so that it's a lot clearer, and to your point also on, getting maybe some fact sheets on whether it's a toxic contaminant, it's, it causes cancer, just a fact sheet or something, so we don't have to go back to the first case and bring that into evidence. That laying that out would help moving forward in all the other subsequent cases. And to that extent, I suggest, talking to the other group, and Ms. Chow was there, the AB 2580 group, I think they did some analysis and they have some criteria on how they estimate PERC emissions, like 0.56 times the amount of per purchase, and then the permit, of course, says usage. So you got to estimate those emissions. So I think there's to be a little bit more robust analysis of the calculation, which is a little bit more correct, in my opinion, than what we have got so far.
And let me just put a point on that before you translate it. And so the district has heard that request, but just to remember that they don't have the burden of proof. So hopefully we'll get more succinct numbers along the lines of what Mr. Balagopalan is stating, but it's not their burden. It's definitely the petitioner's burden. And Mr. Lee, you may translate.
박은순 씨가 말씀하신 거는 아까 엔지니어한테 저희가 어떤 조사를 했고 어떤 결과가 나는지 여쭤봤는데요. 그거로는 충분하지 않고 아까는 30일을 기준으로 한 그런 수치를 말씀해 주셨는데 정확히 그 수치가 저게 제대로 적용된 게 맞는 건지 아니면 다른 것들을 이용해서 더 정확한 수치를 재는 것이 맞다고 권고를 드리고 싶습니다. 그렇지만 마담 체어가 하시는 말씀은 그렇게 할 수는 있지만 그것이 이쪽에 책임이 있는 것은 아니기 때문에 그렇게 요청을 하실 수는 있어도 그쪽에서 꼭 그걸 받아들여야 하는 것, 디스트릭 쪽에서 꼭 그걸 받아들여야 하는 것은 아니라고 말씀하십니다.
Thank you, and I'm sure we all do, but I echo the request and leave it as a request because it helps in our weighing and balancing. Okay, so those are the 6 findings. Before we tie it all together and make a motion, is there any other thoughts any other board members wish to express generally on this matter? Ms. Verdugo-Peralta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want Mr. Kim to know that we are not doing this with any pleasure at all. This has been very sad. And it has been very tough to watch a business have this much trouble during this horrible time, economically. Overall, every business like this is being faced with such huge effort to try and just keep their doors open. And it gives us no pleasure to be able to do this and say that we can't wait 2 years. If it was, as Mr. Balakopalan mentioned earlier, if it was something else other than such a toxic, we could possibly look at some type of working this out a shorter amount of time. I don't know. But the fact that this business is in such dire straits, it's been very difficult to watch all of this and to comment on this and to have to vote this way today. And I know that my fellow colleagues don't feel good about it either. Thank you.
네, 제가 김 선생님에게 말씀드리고 싶은 것은 저희가 이런 결정을 내리는 것이 절대로 기쁜 일이 아닙니다. 저희도 그렇게 하지 않고 어떻게 해서든 비즈니스를 오픈할 수 있도록 도와드리고 싶지만 지금 이런 현재 상황에서 퍼크라는 너무 위험성이 높은 물질을 사용하고 있기 때문에 이것을 2년 동안 허가해 주는 것은 너무나 어려운 일이고 저희 동료들도 다 저와 동감하겠지만 선생님을 비롯해서 많은 분들이 지금 이 코로나 상황에서 많은 노력을 기울여서 비즈니스를 오픈하려고 노력을 하고 계시는데 선생님도 그랬다는 것을 잘 알고 있습니다. 지금 이 문제로는 위험성이 너무 높은 관계로 2년 동안 그것을 계속해서 오픈할 수 있도록 저희가 결정을 내린 것은 어렵다는 것을 말씀드리고 죄송하다고 말씀드리고 싶습니다.
2년 안 주면 1년만이라도 줄 수 있다는 거예요? 하여튼 최대한으로 줄 수 있는 건가?
Is there a possibility that you could grant a 1-year variance on this issue?
I'm sorry, and the hearing is closed, but I mean, the board members, we can discuss that request, but I didn't see any evidence today, I don't know, board members, if anyone feels differently, that there's any justification for a 1-year variance either. I think that the request is for a variance, there was no path to compliance, and when we say we would work to craft a variance with a petitioner, it's if there is a path to compliance, that they were on that path and they just need a certain amount of time to get in compliance, but that's not what's being requested today.
네, 지금 정확하게 말씀드리긴 어렵지만 아마 어려울 것으로 생각됩니다. 저희가 지켜보는 것은 만약에 이런 베리언스를 신청했을 때 그것을 교정하기 위해서 어떤 방향으로 가고 어떤 계획을 갖고 있냐를 보는 것인데 지금 선생님은 2년 안에 비즈니스를 클로즈할 수밖에 없다고 하시고 아무래도 지금 새로운 기계를 구입하실 계획이 없기 때문에 지금 그것을 그랜트 하기는 어려울 것으로 생각됩니다.
한마디 더 해도 돼요?
Can he say his last words?
We did allow you time for closing, but board members, if we have 3 members of the board, no.
Yeah,
Ellie is against it.
네, 아까 시간이 있으셨기 때문에 이제 더 이상 말씀하실 기회가 없다고 합니다.
I think we've heard all of the evidence, and Mr. Kim, it's not any disrespect, but I do think we've given you a full opportunity to be heard, as well as taken all of the evidence today.
생각을 무시하는 것이 아니라 시간이 너무 많이 지났기 때문에 여기서 히어링을 마쳐야 될 거라고 생각합니다.
Any other thoughts generally, board members?
I actually got an email from EPA. I must be on their some mailing list, and it was regarding chemical risk evaluation for pork coincidentally yesterday, and their was that they determined the final risk evaluation for pork determined there are unreasonable risk to workers, occupational non-users, consumers, and bystanders from 59 or 61 conditional users. So.
Thank you. Any other thoughts before I offer a motion? Okay. It is with no happiness that in the matter of Young Kim J. Ross Cleaners, case number 6178-1, I move that we deny the request for a regular variance due to the inability of the board to make the 6 findings per hour deliberation and discussion. Is there a second?
I'll second it. Oh.
Take Mr. Pollen as the second. Is there any discussion on that motion before I call for a vote? Okay. Mr. Ali, how do you vote?
I support your recommendation. I support the motion as it stands.
Thank you. Ms. Verdugo-Peralta, how do you vote?
Aye.
Dr. Bernstein, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Balagopalan, how do you vote?
Yes.
I vote yes. Motion passes 5-0. And again, I think I just echo the thoughts of Ms. Verdugo-Peralta, that we know the hardships that are caused by COVID, and it's not bringing us any pleasure. My hope would be that you find a temporary path to compliance by temporarily at least continuing with your wet cleaning and perhaps serving as a transfer facility and looking to come into compliance as quickly as possible. And I think that's the best path that you could have at this point. And I want to thank you for coming today, and I want to thank everyone who testified today, both for the district and for the petitioner, as well as Mr. Gorman, a member of the public who spoke today.
And special thanks to Mr. Kim, for Mr. Lee for translating. So,
thank you. And Mr. Lee, who I keep forgetting to go to.
The last very important paragraph that we just talked about. 김 선생님, 지금 6178-1은 지금 아까 6개의 기반으로 한 그것들을 기준으로 봤었을 때 그것을 패스하지 못해서 지금 보드 멤버들이 모두 기각에 동의한다고 했기 때문에 지금 이 신청은 기각이 되었습니다. 그리고 아까 말씀하신 것처럼 이렇게 말하는데 상당히 저희도 슬픈 마음을 가지고 어려운 마음으로 결정을 하게 되었는데요. 그리고 아까 이야기하셨던 것처럼 웹클리닝 쪽으로 많이 옮기고 있다고 하셨는데 그런 노력을 하신 거에 대해서 저희가 상당히 기쁘게 생각하고 앞으로도 가능하다면 그런 쪽으로 좀 옮길 수 있었으면 좋겠습니다. 마지막으로 이 신청을 받아들이지 못해서 상당히 죄송하게 생각합니다.
아마 한 달도 안 준다는 거예요? 연장을?
He's asking, so not even a 1 month of variance?
I'm sorry, the motion was made and the request for a variance was denied.
네, 더 이상 그 이상의 시간은 드릴 수 없다고 합니다.
And thank you. So the hearing has been concluded. And board members, tomorrow we have 2 matters. Mr. Ali, you'll be sitting in on those matters. I just want to make sure, I know that you were present for Chiquita Canyon, but if there's any part of the testimony that you missed, please make sure that you go back over any part that you may have missed so that we can hit the ground running with that case tomorrow. The final business I just want to discuss was to make sure that this board remembers at its core to have respect for all members of the board. It is always my mission, and hopefully I usually am successful in ensuring that all members speak with respect, not only to the people who come before us, but to each other. And just to remind the board that long, long ago, before any of us were ever on the board, there was a board that had a lot of bickering and fighting. And as a result of that, the governing board disbanded. The state actually disbanded that through the Health and Safety Code regulation. And a brand new board was brought in. And it's very important that we do that and we maintain that type of respect for one another. I've been elected to chair, not so that I can hear myself talk, but so that I can try to fairly make sure that this board is acting as efficiently as possible, but also walking that fine line of making sure that all board members who do have questions that they find to be at all relevant to their decision-making can be asked. And sometimes there are members of the board that are upset because I might cut them off because I may ask, is this relevant? And some may be upset that others get to speak for too long. But I do try my best, as I've been elected to do, to try and to draw that line. So moving forward, let's just make sure that we do try to respect each other. And if we have questions about how the board is conducting its affairs, we try to confine that to our general meetings. And we make sure to put it on the agenda and it can be discussed fully at that time. Any other business before we adjourn for the day, board members? Yes, Dr.
Madam Chair, I just want to double check for tomorrow. Chiquita Canyon and Redland City.
Yes.
Those are the cases. Thank
Which
you.
will go first, Madam Chair? Will it be Redlands?
Yes, I think that's the way it is on the agenda. Is that correct, Madam Clerk?
It is listed on the agenda that way. However, it is up to the chair and the board to determine what order they want to take the cases.
I think we'll probably play that by ear. It may be if many members of the public show for Chiquita Canyon. It could go either way. My inclination generally is to take it in the order in which it is so that I'm not making that kind of decision. But if the parties do both cases make a different request, we can entertain that. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Any other business before we adjourn? Okay. And then another, thank you again, Mr. Lee, for your services today. We appreciate it. You did an excellent job.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and everybody else.
Okay. Thank you, board members. We'll see you tomorrow and we are adjourned.
네, 여기서 히어링을 끝마치도록
Everybody.
하겠습니다.
예, 수고하셨어요.
네, 죄송합니다.